Chapter 1520. In the starry sky, energies with millions of different auras were flying all over the world, striking across the galaxy and shattering the starry sky. The space of this starry sky was abnormally tough. Countless destructive energies that could not withstand the starry sky were flying around, but there was not a single crack in the space. It was abnormally tough. Superior beings from who knows how many worlds converged here, looking at those who fought like wolves and tigers without regard for their lives, looking at the starry sky that harvested countless superior beings like a meat grinder. Guzhoming suddenly felt a wave of exhaustion and emptiness from the bottom of his heart. His collapsed body in the starry sky struggled to move a few times, and his eyes swept across a spot in the starry sky. A broken planet, an unlucky planet that was torn into pieces by countless scorching energies. Its northern hemisphere was cut into tens of thousands of pieces, and its southern hemisphere was sunken into a crater the size of the planet itself. The azure core was exposed in the starry sky, and the faint blue light was like a piece of amber, with a hint of evil and breathtaking. These powerful beings who came from countless worlds and called themselves gods, with a long list of titles engraved on their names, whether they were saints whose names would go down in history in their own worlds or wanted criminals in 10,000 worlds, were not of much value in this void and this starry sky. None of that mattered. They were just mad dogs here, fighting until their heads bled for that tempting blue thing, losing all their elegance. Heaven knows why he would think of such things at this time. Now, everyone in the starry sky was dying. Those who laid the trap, those who fished behind the scenes, and those who did all those things had all appeared. How many of these millions of people, tens of millions of people in the end, was unknown. Those who thought of themselves as the masters behind the scenes were each using their own means. Now, if they could not get out, others would not be able to either. They would either be trapped here and fight until they were all wiped out, or several parties would come to a consensus to stop fighting. Other than that, he really could not think of how this battle would end. Zhongming, hold on a little longer. A skinny young man with shoulder-length hair rushed in front of him. He tore off his tattered shirt and tied it around his heart. The piece of cloth with strong defensive and healing power blocked the bull-sized wound. The young man wiped the sweat and blood on his face and helped him up. Let's go first. Gu Zhongming's dim eyes swept across the chaotic and boundless battlefield. The starry sky lost its color, the void was deathly still, and the flickering sparks ignited the never-ending conflict in this world. They didn't know why they were fighting. They were just two insignificant characters in this war, and those protagonists behind the scenes were still fighting with all their might in front of the blue core. He roughly knew why he was thinking about such messy things. It was probably because he was about to die and his thoughts were in a mess. Ning Fei, retreat, no chance. When the skinny young man heard the faint gasps, his eyes trembled slightly. He could not help but ask, "You don't want the star spirit spring anymore?" Gu Zhongming's mouth opened and closed, but he could not even make a complete sound. His dry voice was like 1,000 years old withered tree, and a gentle breath would turn it into dust and dissipate. Just you wait. I'll bring you the star spirit spring in a bit, you. Just as Ning Fei finished speaking, he sensed an enormous energy that was enough to threaten the two of them charging towards them from the front. The sudden scene caused him to quickly shut his mouth. This was not a stray arrow on the battlefield, but a direct attack. Ning Fei was about to bring Gu Zhongming to dodge the attack, but suddenly an even more powerful energy reaction came from above, and was about to arrive in front of them in an instant. Pum! The blue torrent of energy that fell from the front blocked the dangerous energy attack. The torrent of energy that was thousands of miles wide flowed with the scene of a galaxy, as if it was the crystallization of a star field, and did not dissipate for a long time. This sudden change also made the people who were attacking them stop temporarily. In the distance, there were even more auras that were similar to this torrent of energy. Ning Fei turned his head stiffly and saw that the chaotic starry sky was stopped by tens of thousands of similar blue energy torrents. The battlefield was forcibly separated, and everyone panicked because of the sudden change. For a moment, they were stunned in place. Those who were fast enough to dodge were still stunned, and those who were slow or unlucky had already been swallowed by the energy torrent and turned into ashes. Looking at the huge energy that suddenly descended in the starry sky, countless eyes turned to the source, the blue core of the shattered planet, the star Spirit Spring. This was the change that everyone saw with their own eyes. The blue core was like a huge fountain, spewing out countless violent energy torrents. The energy light that contained powerful law fragments and void energy caused the stability of the starry sky to rapidly decline. The space that was so stable that it could not be torn open just a moment ago, now with the energy torrent as the center, countless pitch-black cracks bloomed like a spider's web. Even the starry sky was trembling slightly, and with the sudden burst of energy light, it trembled from time to time. Ning Fei looked at the star Spirit Spring that spewed out huge amounts of energy and felt his mouth go dry. The energy that burst out was enough to make the starry sky explode. If it was not for the fact that it tore open space itself and poured a lot of energy into the void, the starry sky might have already been torn apart. It really is a spring, Go Zhongming said dryly. He thought that the name had some other meaning, but he did not expect it to really be a spring. After the initial panic subsided, countless people's eyes glowed with a green light. Those who were still standing after a huge battle were either those who had been hiding or those who had been watching the show from the sidelines. At this moment, the sudden change disrupted the arrangements and plans of countless people. Taking advantage of this chaos, many people rushed toward the star Spirit Spring, obviously intending to fish in troubled waters. You scoundrels also want to take advantage of the situation. Just as countless people were surging toward the star Spirit Spring, a cold shout suddenly rang out across the starry sky. Immediately after, the heavenly gods of origin, who had been happily fighting in the chaotic battle, suddenly gathered around the star Spirit Spring. Stop right there. Those who move without permission will die. The expressions of the people who had been rushing to cause trouble changed drastically. The people behind the scenes suddenly joined forces to clear the area. The pressure brought about by this was not ordinary. Even though there were many people among them who were comparable to the strongest experts of these few families, it was difficult for 2 fists to fight against 4 hands. It was too difficult for them to deal with these few families alone. A group of scattered people could not temporarily join forces to deal with the enemy, so they could only watch helplessly. After intimidating all the experts in the starry sky, this part of the starry sky was divided by the energy of the star Spirit Spring. At this moment, it was completely silent. Before those few families could do anything, several violent energy explosions suddenly rang out in the starry sky. Originally, this level of energy explosion would not cause too much of a commotion, but the starry sky was too quiet at this moment. Even the slightest movement would attract the attention of countless people. There were actually people who were putting on a good show at this critical moment. Ning Fei carried Ge Zhongming on his shoulder and ran for his life. Behind him, there were a few people who looked like they did not care about their lives and were chasing after them with all their might. Moreover, they were deliberately driving them toward the blockade of the few great forces. Ning Fei saw at a glance that they were planning to exchange their lives for his and kill with a borrowed knife. However, he had no other choice. He could only grit his teeth and rush toward the blockade, as if he wanted to rush directly to the star Spirit Spring. Several experts who were blocking their escape path were about to intercept and kill them when a man who had been fighting for so long suddenly thought of something and smiled evilly. "It's fine. Let them pass. Just treat it as a scout for us. Although it's good, we still need someone to try it out in advance." If they could think of this, the other families could naturally understand as well. Immediately, all of them withdrew their powers, causing the other onlookers to be somewhat confused. However, After a short while, they all understood what was going on. All of them cast mocking gazes at the two fellows who were being chased. Seeing that the people in front of them did not stop them and even had the intention to let them pass, Ning Fei and Gu Zhongming were stunned. Their eyes met, and they instantly understood the relationship between them. They glanced at the few mad dogs behind them and fiercely gritted their teeth. There was no other choice at the moment, so why not take a gamble? Kid, the energy in the middle and lower side of the star spirit spring is slightly weaker. Haha, an evil voice suddenly sounded in his soul, causing Ning Fei to clench his teeth. He had no choice but to change his direction slightly, leading the people behind him to charge towards the area with the so-called weak energy. There was a hint of anticipation in the countless mocking gazes. Boom! Before the two of them had completely rushed into the star spirit spring, a light beam of energy that was enough to light up the entire starry sky suddenly erupted from the star spirit spring in front of them. The light beam was so dazzling that it was enough to blind the eyes, causing Ning Fei to tightly close his eyes. The huge shock wave of energy swept over from the front, causing his body to be unable to move. Just as he was about to lose all hope, his eyes suddenly widened. From the star spirit spring, he saw some shadows. Everyone in the starry sky looked at the star spirit spring that had suddenly erupted with a dazzling light, completely forgetting about the two groups of people who were chasing and fleeing. That incomparably brilliant light seemed to contain the truth of this world, causing them to be unable to shift their gazes away. It was so dazzling, so beautiful, so hot. Something was emerging from the star spirit spring. All right, let's guess what the situation is this time. Is it a sealed world? Is it the collapsed space of the secret realm? Or is it a place that has broken away from order and rules? Lord Feng, I guess it has something to do with space. The movement created by the whole just now is all the power of space. It could be a buried space. You forgot that there is also the power of the void inside, a sealed world. Lord Fengling, I can't guess. Why don't you tell me what you think? Did you think I told you about the three options? Actually, I'm saying that this is a sealed world that has broken away from order and law and collapsed. Cough, cough, all right, I'm just joking. Don't look at me like that. Well, no, once we get out, the two energy beams slowly disappeared, and the brightness of the starry sky gradually decreased. Suddenly, 4 figures walked out from the star spirit spring, accompanied by a few understated conversations. Everyone in the starry sky heard them. However, compared to the content of the conversation, they were more interested in the figures themselves. God knows why they walked out of the star spirit spring. Yun Nuashing led her people out of the light screen and was stunned for a moment. Millions of people in the starry sky were staring at them with their mouths agape. They looked as if they were scared silly. Yun Nuashing could not help but mutter to Jing Yuanji and the others in her soul. Don't tell me we tore down someone's wall. I didn't do anything. The starry sky moved on its own. It has nothing to do with me. You know that. I'm just afraid that they won't listen to you. Min glanced at the starry sky and responded faintly. The void energy in his body flowed slightly. Looking at this situation, they had either mistakenly entered a strange place or mistakenly entered a deadly place, such as someone's forbidden place, or a starry sky where a battle was going on. She felt that it should be the former. After all, it was too neat and quiet. Everyone was looking at them from a distance with vigilance. There was no atmosphere of fighting, or they just stopped. She felt that their appearance might be quite loud. How could it not be loud when they appeared with the energy of the entire starry sky? Yun Nuashing looked at the two people who were stunned less than 100 meters in front of her. She blinked and said, "Hey, you, that's right. Don't look elsewhere. Where is this place?" Ning Fei pointed at the two of them in a daze. He looked at the starry sky with sweat on his forehead. His mouth trembled twice before he said, "This? How do I know where this is? This is a remote starry sky. Not many people have come here, and it has not been named. Who are you? Why did you come out from there?" The elegant man's expression changed slightly. He slowly walked forward and looked down at Yun Nuashing and the others. He said coldly, "The thing in the spring of star spirit is in your hands? Who are you people?" "Huh. Even if you ask me who I am." Yun Nuashing scratched her head and spread her hands like a hoodlum. "How do I know who I am to you? Maybe you have never heard of that thing. So it's just a few nameless fleas." The man nodded in realization. He adjusted his crown and waved his hand casually. "Go, take them down. Cripple them first, then take the thing from their hands." Hearing this guy's words suddenly carry a killing intent, Yun Nuashing was also stunned for a moment. He turned his head to look at Jing Yuanji and the others in a daze. "Did we barge into someone else's forbidden area?" "I don't know." The maidservants also shook their heads in confusion. They had just arrived, so they didn't know what was going on. However, they could tell that the other side was preparing for a fight. They calmly prepared themselves for battle and took a deep breath. "Nameless flea, little star," the little angel said with a smile. Suddenly she wrinkled her nose. "Speaking of which, little star always gets involved in other people's affairs. Is this an instinct of being forced to do something?" Siyu nodded. "Yes, because it's the biggest in the void. Siyu, don't listen to her." "You. I don't know how you got in there. If you want to live, hurry up and throw that thing to them. Then, take advantage of the chaos and run. They are here for the thing inside. If you throw it out, they won't have time to care about you. Hiss. I'll run first. You guys take care of yourselves." The young man who had just spoken blabbered a long string of words in his mind. Then he gritted his teeth and hurriedly slipped away. The few people behind him chased him all over the starry sky. "Although I don't know what you want to do." Yun Nuashing looked at the group of people who were closing in with ill intentions. She raised her eyebrows and waved expressionlessly, "Come. By the way, if you're in the same group, please come at me together. If you're not in the same group, please step back slowly. I won't be responsible for any accidental injuries. Please note that this is not a joke. If you don't like what you hear, please judge for yourself." The second half of her sentence was directed at the people in the starry sky. However, many people sneered when they heard it. Some people even laughed wantonly and pointed at them while discussing. Some people were disdainful of being lumped together and turned to leave. There were also some who instinctively felt that something was wrong and silently retreated. Her divine soul in the void observed the situation in the starry sky. Dark red energy left a mark on the retreating people and the two youths who were being chased up and down. As soon as she did that, several Empyrean gods of origin charged at them. Their energy and divine rights were released to the maximum. They charged at them like a violent star. The vast energy created an illusory energy phenomenon in the starry sky. Peak 8th heavenly layer. How dare you hold my face and bark? Yun Nuashing murmured softly. Her right hand pulled out the nethervoid sword and rubbed it against her left hand. Then she viciously stabbed it into the starry sky. A ring of dark red energy suddenly surged out from her body. Void, boundless chaos. The earth-shattering dark red energy that could tear apart the void erupted in an instant. It contained endless destructive and chaotic energy that swept to the ends of the starry sky. The expressions of countless people in the starry sky changed drastically. In that instant, they only had time to unleash their instinctive defenses. At the same time, countless dark red energy barriers appeared on the bodies of those who were shocked and confused. Then the wild and chaotic energy storm swept past them in the blink of an eye. Wah! Ning Fei Gong felt a burst of energy that could overturn the void behind him. He quickly turned his head and saw a dark red color fill his eyes. In the next second, he was sent flying with Ge Zhongming. As the world spun around him, he seemed to catch a glimpse of dark red energy stars that filled the starry sky, as well as countless energy phenomena that bloomed in an instant. The chaos lasted for about 10 seconds. Ning Feigong was dazed for a minute before he came back to his senses. He propped himself up on the back of the unconscious Ge Zhongming and looked at the starry sky. Then he widened his eyes in horror. Less than a third of the powerful people who had filled the starry sky were now left. The people from the major factions who claimed to be the overlords of the void were all gone. Oh no, there were still 2 families who survived. Those who were still standing seemed to be those who had retreated after hearing the woman's words. Ahem, it's much quieter now. Then, allow me to ask a question. Where is this? Who are you? What are you doing? The people who had just recovered and cautiously took a step back heard Yun Nuoxing's question. They almost staggered and fell to the ground in the starry sky. They looked like they were about to collapse. If it were not for this person's ridiculous strength, they would have shouted at her face, "What are you doing here?" You don't want to say it? At least I let you escape unscathed. Are you so unwilling to cooperate? Yun Nuoxing crossed her arms and breathed a long sigh of relief. Everyone who was mentioned shuddered. To be honest, if it were not for the layer of energy barrier around them, they would have been holding hands and lining up to report to the underworld. The people from the 2 major factions who survived looked at each other and secretly made a peace treaty. Just as they were about to cooperate, Yun Nuoxing waved at Ning Fei again. "You, the young man who was chased halfway across the starry sky. Yes, it's you. Come here, I want to ask you something." Ning Fei did not know whether to laugh or cry. His face immediately showed a why me again expression. Yun Nuoxing stuck out her tongue in her heart. "Isn't it because you're too close? It's convenient." Chapter 15:21. Several energy springs that contained tremendous energy had appeared in this region of the void. Their appearance was equivalent to whipping the void landscape, forcing rapid changes. Apart from the first energy spring, the other springs that appeared were fought over by innumerable people, stirring up stormy waves in the void. It did not stop even after the ownership of the spring was confirmed, with endless waves and ripples still forming behind it. The spring of star spirit had given birth to several behemoths. They were the hegemons of the void that now stood towering over the void, dividing and occupying a vast region of the void. For those beings who stood at the top of the pyramid, a single spring of star spirit was not very useful to them. Its significance lay more in the fact that it could steadily provide massive amounts of energy, using it to create a domain filled with energy and then earn money, land, and people. That was what it meant. Things that could rapidly gather power belonging to one's faction in the chaotic void were priceless. So, when the spring of the star spirit appeared again, all of you gathered here and fought until your brains were spilled. The people from Yun Nua planet were enlightened. This kind of thing was very attractive to many forces, especially those who had just been established and were rapidly growing. However, to those old forces who had already grown to a stable stage, this thing was not very attractive. It was far less exciting than walking up a small step by themselves. In essence, it was an inexhaustible source of energy, mixed with a large amount of law fragments, void energy, and all kinds of origin energy. As for the few names that the young man mentioned, Min did not feel anything at all. Never heard of them. We might have come to another undiscovered region of the void. Yun Nuoxing fiddled with her bangs. According to the energy and rule, this should be a region of the upper realm. Although the void, be it the void of order or the void of chaos, is endless and could excavate by switching rule and plane, a region with so many high-level beings should logically be slowly approaching our void region with similarly massive high-level beings. I haven't heard of these things because I don't pay attention to outside matters, but Min hasn't either. He looked at Min, who shook her head firmly at him, indicating that she had no idea what faction or spring of the star spirit was. Then this matter was a little strange. Since we started the war against the abyssal death shroud and the underworld, 70% of the void events that happened in the realm of order were obtained by us. Min replied, implying that she had heard of such large-scale battles in the realm of order. After all, there was no civil war of such scale in the realm of order in their void region, and 70 to 80% of order forces were gathered at the front line of the void to fight against the abyssal death shroud. Close. How do we get close? The kind where the two upper and middle realms are constantly getting closer to each other? Qing Yu pulled Yun Nuoxing's sleeve and asked softly. Yun Nuoxing shook her head and was about to give a simple explanation. She thought for a moment and pushed her nose with 2 fingers. Let's talk about it in detail so that we don't get mixed up again. Siyu, who was in the soul, stretched her body and sat up straight. She shouted to the side energetically. Qing Huang, Little Star's class has started. Oh, I'm coming. Wait a minute. Feng Qing Huang picked up a leaf and put it between the pages of her book. She walked to the spring in the courtyard, which was just built not long ago, and washed her face. Then she walked to the table and sat down. She took a sip of tea from the teacup handed to her by her little angel. Well, it's ready. Yuan Kong nodded and waved her hand. Big idiot, you can start now. Yun Nuoxing. Ignoring the mischievous behavior of the girls in the soul, Yun Nuoxing coughed dryly. Long story short, the void that we usually perceive is not that simple to describe with words. The division of the void, the analysis of the void, every god has their own vision and thoughts. When these factors are mixed together, even though we see the same void, we can see many different results. You don't have to explain those things. The division of the void is mostly based on the imprints of the rules. Under the same environment of rules, the aura and strength of the rules in that area are exactly the same. There are many void regions with the same rules all over the void. However, their imprints of the rules are not exactly the same. This imprint can be found at the bottom of the sea of rules. It is used to identify the general location of the void region. It is a vague location, and there is no way to determine the exact location. I can often tell whether this is the upper, middle, lower realm, or the edge of the void region because of the imprints of the rules. However, it takes a lot of effort just to remember the patterns of the imprints of the rules. If you want to know, I have brought 2 tons of notes for you to refer to. Not interested. That's fine. Everyone has their own way of judging anyway. The existence of the concept of the rules itself divides the void into areas, just like the hidden dimension or the void layer. It instinctively separates the worlds. Under normal circumstances, we may not be able to see those worlds. We have to adjust our own rules or move around in the void layer to find the corresponding rules or layer. Naturally, we can find those worlds in the hidden dimension, just like looking for the key to open the door. But eventually, they will slowly approach each other. What Qing Yu just said about the proximity between the middle and upper planes is a normal phenomenon of worlds drifting in the void due to various factors. What I'm about to talk about, however, is something else. The profound rules and causality that higher beings carry with them, along with many other factors that influence them. Apart from affecting themselves, those things would also affect the world they are born in. In a world where they stay for a long time, the birth of a higher being would change certain information at the bottom of the concept layer. Worlds with many higher beings would have their rules and concepts imperceptibly raised by several levels. It's equivalent to taking a few steps up the world ladder, standing higher and making their own existence more conspicuous. On the other hand, being conspicuous on the same ladder, even if the void is endless and they are very far apart, they would slowly cross the gap between rules and concepts and approach each other. It may take a long time, but that day would eventually come. Even if those higher beings forcibly move their worlds around, it would only prolong the time, unless they forcibly hold the world's light in the void like an anchor. In that case, my words have nothing to do with it, but most would not do such a thing since it's meaningless. For example, it's like looking for someone in a building. Drifting in the upper, middle, and lower planes would be looking for someone on the same floor, while crossing the barrier and isolation would be looking for someone on the upper and lower floors. And since the surface layer of the void is where most of the worlds are gathered, it could almost be said that the worlds hidden in the corners and isolated in other layers of the void would eventually float on the surface layer of the void and gather. Yun Nuashing paused for a moment to let the girls think about it before speaking again. What I'm trying to say is that if two worlds of similar power really exist in the void, they would definitely meet no matter how far apart they are. In fact, such a situation would also happen between two higher beings who would wander aimlessly in the void and might even run into someone else's home. Jing Yuanji's attention was pulled away from the soul transmission to the stars, and she glanced at the two young men who were obediently sitting nearby to heal their wounds, and then at the people who were trying to think of a way to break through the seal and leave this place. According to them, this void region also has very powerful forces that are on par with our own, but I have not heard of any existence like the Saint Spirit Realm or the Changyuan Realm for the time being. Min tilted his head and looked at Yun Nuashing. But we have never heard of these people and their worlds. Yun Nuashing nodded his head. The sudden appearance of this void territory and the many powerful life forms belonging to order that came along with it made him a little stunned. It really did appear out of thin air. According to the information that Ning Fei and Ge Zhongming had just given him, if he were to bring this void territory back, the strength of the order world would increase by about 50%. At this moment, every bit of strength counted. Feng Qinghuang suddenly said, "Could it be that the concept and the isolation barrier is too thick, so we have never heard of this place before? After all, the void is vast and boundless. If we are unlucky, some worlds might not be able to find the existence of another world. There is indeed such a possibility. However, it is said that some of the famous higher beings that exist in this region have never heard of a single one of them, even though we have 70% to 80% of the information about the order world. They don't even know what happened in our void region. This is a little strange." Yun Nuashing's expression became a little strange as he spoke. This was not considered isolation. It was more like they did not interact with each other even before they met. The world could be slow and lazy, but those higher beings could not possibly stay at home all day long and be unwilling to leave the void region, right? Just as the few of them were looking at each other and trying to come up with an explanation for this strange region, the skinny young man suddenly let out a long sigh of relief, which attracted their attention. "Have you rested enough?" Ning Fei had just stood up and stretched his body when he heard a voice behind him. Following the sound of footsteps, he turned around and saw Yun Nuashing and the others slowly walking towards him. The expression on their faces showed that they had something on their minds. Ning Fei saluted them and said, "I am Ning Fei. This is my friend Ge Zhongming. Thank you for your help. It was just convenient. Don't worry about it." Yun Nuashing shook his head. He looked at the people who were carefully observing the area and preparing to leave. He suddenly said to Ning Fei, "Let me ask you something. Have you heard of the Saint Spirit Realm?" Ning Fei frowned slightly. He lowered his head and pinched his chin as he thought for a long time. Then he shook his head. Yun Nuashing continued to ask, "What about the Changyuan Realm?" Ning Fei thought again and shook his head. Yun Nuashing asked again, "Realm of the Gods? Abyss Death Mist? Void Temple?" The results were not unexpected. After a few more questions, Ning Fei was even more confused than they were. He looked at Yun Nuashing and the others and thought for a while. Then he said softly, "In this void, I have never heard of a continent with the name Realm. As for non-order energy in the form of mist, I'm sorry. I have never seen it. As for the Void Temple, I have never heard of it either. However, there is a temple. They even sent people here. But they have already been killed by this young lady." A lot of question marks appeared on the faces of Yun Nuashing and Jing Yuanji. They were a little confused. They didn't know whether to say that this void area was ridiculously remote, or they didn't know what to say. It seems that this void still hides its own secrets. Yun Nuashing rubbed his forehead in distress. It was not just because it was in a corner of the upper plane. He had just glanced at the bottom layer of the concept of laws. The position did indeed belong to the upper plane, but the law imprints were unfamiliar. He couldn't find this level in the void. After listening to what Yun Nuashing said, Jing Yuanji could not help but say, "This is a newly discovered layer? Some layers of the void are indeed hidden very deeply. That is probably why they have not appeared in our sight until now. Isn't it?" Yun Nuashing shook his head and rubbed his bangs and hair hard. The layers of the void belong to concepts and rules. Just like the void itself, there are as many layers as you want, apart from the surface and bottom layer of the rules. There are as many layers in the middle as you want. As for how many layers you want to divide, you just need to use the power of the rules to adjust it. What I mean by can't find is that, according to the rules that are normally woven, this void layer should not exist. There are many bizarre loopholes in the concept layer of the void, loopholes that are not fully developed. The rules themselves are not complete, and logically speaking, this part of the rules could not even maintain itself and should directly collapse. Yet they are perfectly fine in the void, and there is not even any abnormality. It is a little like an error derived from the void itself, similar to the error of the origin life forms. It should collapse and disintegrate on its own, but it remains stable due to certain circumstances. Half of the concept layer of the void is stable, but the flow of the power of the rules and void energy is unusually excited. The other half is like a stagnant pool, seemingly solidified into an eternal concept that would never change. The void and rules that should be coexisting with each other are tangled like fried dough twists in some places. Rubbing his hair until smoke was coming out, Yun Nuashing suddenly shook his head violently. "No, I can't figure it out. I can't see what's going on here for the time being. Anyway, let's contact the void frontline first and ask Green to call some people over. This time we may need to explore the void on a large scale to understand what is going on." While Yun Nuashing was preparing to summon people through soul communication, Min and the others were walking around, preparing to study the matters of the void. Ning Fei saw that their expressions had become strange after a few sentences and did not say anything. He inadvertently turned his gaze and saw Gu Zhongming. Suddenly, he was stunned and hurriedly looked at Yun Nuashing. Seeing that his expression gradually became serious, he hurriedly turned to look at Jing Yuanji. "May I ask, how do you plan to deal with the star spiritual spring?" When Jing Yuanji, who was standing by the side, heard this, she subconsciously looked back at the core that was emitting a faint blue light. As for that unlucky planet, there was not even a speck of dust left at this time. Their forceful entry had disrupted the plans of countless experts who had come to this world. After being cleansed by the nothingness, boundless chaos, everyone kept a respectful distance from them. No one dared to say anything in front of them. The spring of the star soul, which had been snatched by countless people just now, was now no one daring to touch it. They did not have any interest in the so-called spring of the star soul, but since no one came over at this time, it could be said that it was theirs by default. Jing Yuanji looked at the faint blue core. Mei Mao's eyes flashed. She could not tell whether Lord Feng had made any decision. At this moment, seeing his expression becoming more and more solemn, she knew that something bad might have happened again. She did not want to disturb him for the time being. You want the spring of the star soul? That's not it. It's just that." Ning Fei hurriedly waved his hand and glanced at Gu Zhongming. "I just want to borrow it. It will probably consume a portion of its energy, but it won't have any effect on the spring of the star soul." He gritted his teeth and clasped his fist solemnly. "If I can borrow the spring of the star soul, no matter what happens in the future, just tell me, and I won't have any complaints." Jing Yuanji squinted her eyes. They had come to this strange region of the void. It was very unfamiliar. It would be good if someone could help lead the way. Moreover, these two young men who had just reached the high level of reciprocity seemed to have good talent. It would be good to take these two laborers to the front lines of the void. Thinking of this, she nodded. Okay, then you can go. Thank you very much. Ning Fei was overjoyed. He was so excited that he knelt down and bowed. He was so excited that he almost bowed deeply. However, he didn't care about this. After receiving permission, he hurriedly pulled the unconscious Ge Zhongming and jumped towards the spring of the Star Soul. He was in a hurry, even faster than when he was being chased. Seeing the two jump into the blue core, Jing Yuanji turned her head and saw Yun Nuoxing's stormy expression. She couldn't help but be stunned. Lord Feng, what's wrong? Yun Nuoxing vaguely replied with a few meaningless syllables. After a few seconds, she raised her head and said in a deep voice, "We lost contact. All contact with the front lines of the void has been cut off." Jing Yuanji was startled. Yun Nuoxing pointed at the star spirit spring and continued, "We just came out from there, but I just used my energy to test it. It's a one-way exit. It only allows us to leave and not enter. Right now, it's just a pure energy spring. To put it bluntly, we might be trapped in this region of the void. Moreover, all contact with the front lines of the void has been cut off. Our connection with the realm of the gods has been cut off. This might be bad. Even your connection with the realm of the gods has been forcibly cut off." Jing Yuanji murmured with a shocked expression. She had heard him say that the connection between the second godhood and the realm of the gods was probably the most difficult to erase in this world. Even reincarnation couldn't do it. She didn't expect that the connection would be cut off because of a region of the void. Isn't it just a region of the void? Can't we just go back through the void? Dao Heaven couldn't help but ask when he heard this in her soul. Yun Nuoxing sighed deeply and murmured faintly, "Do you still remember what I just said? This region of the void shouldn't exist on the level of the void. It's missing something very important. There's no way to determine where it is in the upper plane. As for the teleportation, you'll know when you see it." Yun Nuoxing waved her hand and broke open a space about 3 meters wide. A dark red energy vortex gradually formed and then disappeared in an instant. The teleportation gate collapsed along with the power of the void and space that had just condensed, disappearing into nothingness. He patiently tried dozens of times until the little angel and the others felt a little cold on their backs, then slowly stopped. Yun Nuoxing looked around and sighed faintly. "I didn't expect that I would actually crawl into the pit all the time. My pot, I choose death." Chapter 1522. Yun Nuoxing felt a headache when he was forced to lose contact. Moreover, he had already confirmed that Hui was also lost before he came in. Moreover, he was one step ahead of him. Hui's situation was known to everyone. It was just that he was there to hold him down, so nothing happened. This time, even he, the mascot who suppressed the void, had disappeared. Who knew what kind of chaos the void frontline would be? Or maybe nothing would happen. Anyway, the number 1 figure of the divine world often disappeared, and the number 2 figure left a group of people to look for the number 1 figure all year round. This was something that many people knew before the gathering of high-level beings in the divine world, although not many people knew who the number 1 figure was at that time. So, probably maybe in theory it was unlikely that there would be any chaos. Moreover, there was also the abyss death mist, which was a headache. The disappearance of the 2 of them. No, the group of them might not cause a storm. After a little panic, Qing Jun and the others would react. It was not like they had really met with an accident. "Lord Feng, how should we deal with this energy spring?" Jing Yuanji leaned in front of Yun Nuoxing and pointed to the eye not far away that was emitting a faint blue light to the whole starry sky. As Ning Fei and Yi Qingtang entered the star spirit spring, a circle of energy mist suddenly appeared. The 2 ends were long and narrow, and the middle was thick. The blue energy core, which seemed to be rotating as the energy surged, now looked like an eyeball with a radius of thousands of miles. I haven't thought about it yet, but how did it become like this? Yun Nuoxing tilted his head when he saw the star spirit spring that had turned into an eye. Just as he was about to go over and take a look, his soul scattered in the starry sky caught a little sound. Those guys who were still watching and had not left the starry sky seemed to be very interested in the situation here. Those two guys can actually cause such a huge change in the star spirit spring. I've heard that even among the Void Lords who possess the Soul Spring, there aren't many who can cause such a spectacular phenomenon. Are there going to be two more peerless figures who can dominate the Void? I wonder how they will compare with those few. I'm more concerned about how those girls are going to deal with the Star Spirit Spring. If they plan to expand their territory soon. They'll have to grab a good spot in advance. The other families don't have any more spots. Previously, I heard that there was a power that obtained the Star Spirit Spring, but kept it in their own home, and no one from the outside came into contact with it. Later on, it was said that they were killed by the combined forces of tens of powers. If you don't have enough strength, you won't be able to defend it. If you don't accumulate enough strength to deal with those fellows who are eyeing it covetously, there will naturally be others who will come knocking on your door. Do you think that there are only a few people who have designs on the Star Spiritual Spring? If not for the fact that those few void tyrants have stabilized their positions, there will naturally be more people who will come knocking on your door. Well, that's none of our business. Anyway, let's go back first. Someone will pay attention to this matter. Anyway, the matter here is not something we can get involved in. That's right. Let's not talk about those two youths for now. Even that girl. Don't talk anymore. Let's go. He felt that there were many things worth paying attention to in this big pile of conversation. However, Jing Yuanji and the others were focused on that girl and couldn't help but laugh. Hearing this, Yun Nuoxing's cheeks flushed. He was already used to it. Anyway, it wasn't something that happened once or twice. Seeing Jing Yuanji trying to stifle her laughter, Yun Nuoxing's face darkened. He walked over and reached out to ruffle her light blue hair. Seeing that Jing Yuanji quickly came back to her senses, he snorted lightly and turned his head, lifting his feet to walk towards the Star Spirit Spring. Jing Yuanji stuck out her tongue, quickly tidied up her hair, and followed closely behind Feng Luo. The Star Spirit Spring was spewing a thick energy mist into the surrounding starry sky. The movement was not as big as when they first appeared. It seemed to be releasing energy stably according to some law, forming such a strange phenomenon. Yun Nuoxing leaned over and reached out to brush the energy mist, absorbing part of the energy into his body. A moment later, a blue light flashed in his eyes. It's the same kind of energy that we saw when we came here. However, this Star Spirit Spring itself seems to contain too much power of law. It's too big. It's as if the rules, energy, and origin energy of an entire world have been compressed and condensed until it became such a core. All the rules and all the energy it possesses remain unchanged. The only thing that has changed is its appearance. Jing Yuanji looked around the starry sky. Now that it was quiet, she saw the appearance of the starry sky, a little lonely, cold, without any big stars. The whole starry sky was left with the remnants of the energy impact left behind by the fierce battle. A lot of energy hovered in the starry sky and dissipated very slowly, forming the traces of a collision between a nebula and a galaxy. Perhaps the battle itself had destroyed the vitality of the starry sky, or perhaps it was not an active world in the first place. The world barrier is stable. The rules and energy of this world are in a low state of activity. There are no signs of the birth of life. The degree of stability of the space is different from other ordinary worlds. Jing Yuanji looked at the starry sky, sweeping along some of the traces and finally closing her eyes on the eye in front of her. She was slightly stunned. Feng Luo, this may be a point of law entanglement. Hearing this, Yun Nuoxing's eyes surged with pure white energy. He quickly scanned this world and finally fixed his gaze on the Star Spirit Spring. Nodding, he said, "That's right, it's a point of law entanglement. In addition to what I just said, the so-called Star Spirit Spring may be a special law creation formed by condensing all the energy and all the laws in this starry sky. That's why this starry sky appears so clean. It's equivalent to half a world core. As he spoke, Yun Nuashing paused and continued to look at the depths of the star spirit spring. After a while, he laughed inexplicably. Interesting. Not only is this star spirit spring a point of law entanglement, that seriously injured kid is also a point of law entanglement. And the number of laws entangling him is not small at all. After so many years, I finally see another person who is a point of law entanglement. Hearing this, Jing Yuanji also looked at the depths of the star spirit spring curiously. After looking for a while, she knew the extent of the so-called not small. Gu Zhongming was probably entangled with the laws of several worlds. Jing Yuanji was speechless. Not only was he a point of law entanglement for one world, he was also a point of law entanglement for several worlds at the same time. However, this doesn't seem to be a point of law entanglement on the level of a world's light orb. Is it a point of law entanglement on the level of a planet or a continent with a world core? Jing Yuanji turned to ask Yun Nuashing. Yun Nuashing nodded. The worlds entangled with him are also not weak worlds. But it seems that because of this reason, those entangled laws are a little messy and can't integrate well on his body. Just like the pillar of creation that broke itself, the entangled laws at the bottom are much more complicated than the twine on his body. Oh, this is probably why they need the star spirit spring. They intend to use another source of law to sort it out. It's almost done. But since he is a coolie you have kidnapped, I still have to help a little. Yun Nuashing stretched out his right hand and pointed his index finger and middle finger at Ge Zhongming's position. A pure and dazzling white light burst out from his fingers and flashed into Ge Zhongming's forehead. The twine on Ge Zhongming's body underwent a huge change in an instant. It will be done in about 5 minutes. Yun Nuashing gently waved his hands and turned his head to see Jing Yuanji, looking at him eagerly. Her gaze occasionally turned to the star spirit spring. He could not help but wonder. What's wrong? That spring doesn't have any use for you. Jing Yuanji shook her head with a huff. Her red lips trembled for a while, and she could not help but mutter, I'm jealous, Yun Nuashing. Didn't he just help Ge Zhongming sort out the entangled laws? It was much simpler than operating on the pillar of creation. Why would this girl be jealous of him? Reaching out his hand to knock lightly on Jing Yuanji's head, Yun Nuashing called out to the other two, who ran away in their souls. It's about time to come back. We have to think about our next itinerary. As soon as his voice trailed off, Min and Qin Yu appeared beside him. He tilted his head and looked at them. How was it? Did you find anything interesting? Qin Yu shook her head. Min frowned slightly. Seeing that Qin Yu did not have anything to say, he said, This void is different from the void we are in. Although it is also an upper plane, but I can't describe that feeling. My perception of the void, my control of the void always gives me a feeling of solidification. It is as if it is unwilling. No, it cannot respond to my call. Is there a problem with the command to the void? Yun Nuashing tilted his head and saw Min nodding silently, pursing his lips for a moment. He also tried to use divine, right command to the void. As expected, he felt a little unnatural. Just as Min said, the void was a little stiff and could not respond to their call quickly. He let Jing Yuanji try it once and directly observed the same result. Yun Nuashing frowned. However, the people in this void did not seem to have such a situation. When that person suddenly sent people to attack them, he was watching them gather the energy of the void. He did not see such a sluggish feeling. I don't know what's wrong. Yun Nuashing rubbed between his eyebrows. This void has been strange from beginning to end, but I can't tell what's wrong in a short time. Perhaps we have to use a large-scale void guidance to see if this void is having a stomachache or is it choking its brain? Min and the others, ignoring the strange gazes of the girls in front of him and in the spiritual world. Yun Nuashing sighed reluctantly. We have to do something big again. Void guidance. It's been a long time since we did it, and it's in an unfamiliar void. We have to set up new void nodes and law nodes. The torrent of information will probably torment the people in this void. If we are treated as outsiders again, Tao Heaven could not help but look at the little angels and the others. Big brother, why do you always like to go to other people's territories and torment them? I know this. Siyu raised her hand excitedly and said with a smile, strictly speaking, Little Star tormenting other people's territories is a coincidence, because Little Star is the biggest troublemaker in this void. He will always get himself involved in some strange events. The existing events will also become very strange because of Little Star's arrival, ever since the spiritual world suddenly trembled. The girls quickly sat up straight and smiled sweetly. Their foreheads were covered in cold sweat, and they did not dare to say a word. If they said a few more words, Yun Nuashing would probably rush in and fight them to the death. The little Tsundra's anger and humiliation swirled around the entire spiritual world, and several mountains in the distance trembled. Jing Yuanji and the other two stared blankly at Yun Nuashing, who was suddenly overwhelmed with shame and anger. They looked at each other in confusion. Jing Yuanji pondered for a moment and felt that the girls in his soul must have caused some trouble. These girls. Yun Nuashing gritted his teeth and muttered. After a moment, he sighed, not knowing whether to laugh or cry. This was really, whether it was in this life or in the future, his spiritual world was repaired for those girls to torment. It seemed that he did not have such an experience in the ancient era. After all, he did not have feelings at that time. If it's void guidance, let me take a look. This is a good place. Yun Nuashing looked around and brought Jing Yuanji and the others to a place about 1,000 miles away from the star spirit spring. Then he reached out and squeezed hard in front of him. The starlight from hundreds of millions of light years away suddenly condensed rapidly here. The remaining energy and laws in the entire starry sky were all mobilized in a second. A considerable part of it was extracted and then gathered in front of him. Yun Nuashing's body flashed with a pure white light. His hand seals changed, and the countless energies gathered under his guidance into a huge scorching storm. Dozens of energies mixed and collided in it. Yuanji, Qingyu Min, I'll borrow your energy and leave a law mark in it. Yun Nuashing put his hands together. As the energies of the three people mixed into the storm, the scorching storm began to expand wildly. It rolled into a vortex and sucked in all the remaining energy in the starry sky. In just a minute, it had become 1,000,000 miles wide. Yun Nuashing snapped his fingers at the space. The storm slowly dispersed, and a huge pure white star was revealed from the gradually dissipating storm. It was not particularly dazzling, but it made people feel very warm. A very strong power of order. Min's eyes flashed slightly, and his cold voice sounded. Construct a sufficiently stable core of laws and order. Fuse all the origin energy to form a layer of energy. Finally, Yun Nuashing reached out and groped in the space beside him for a while. Then he pulled out a black pillar that was 1,000,000 miles long out of thin air. He aimed the pure white star and threw it in with force. Carve a mark on the node of order. Weave the laws, energy veins, and guide the energy of the void. This place will be the place where the veins are carved. The small pillar of creation plunged into the pure white star, creating a huge splash. The energy from the star quickly fused with the former, and the two were regulated in a mutually balanced manner. The star dragged the small pillar of creation to the surface of its almost solid core and firmly took root. A thin beam of energy suddenly burst out from the top of the small pillar of creation. It passed through the star and was noticed by Yun Nuashing and the others. Then it instantly disappeared from this part of the starry sky and entered the void. It exploded into a ring of energy. Vaguely, countless energy threads appeared from the center of the ring of energy and spread out in all directions. However, it was only a faint shadow. Yun Nuashing and the others followed the line of sight into the void. Watching the ring of energy explode and gradually disappear, he breathed a sigh of relief. The energy veins guided by the void had been completed. Next, we have to wander in the void to find a suitable place to make the void node. Then we have to repeat the same steps and adjust according to the current location of the void. After that, he let out another long sigh. If he was not inexplicably trapped in this void, he would not have bothered to go through so much trouble. Speaking of which, wherever he went, there would be pits. And those pits gradually enlarged from small secret realms and small worlds to the void. Was this a tailor-made prison for him? Was he trying to escape or survive in a secret realm? Jing Yuanji could not help but smile bitterly when she saw Lord Feng entering into a grayish-white state and muttering strange words like, it's not me, I don't know. She did not know what Lord Feng was thinking of. She pulled Lord Feng's arm and whispered, Lord Feng, do we just put the void node here without concealing it? Recovering from the grayish-white state, Yun Nuashing coughed softly and looked up at the slowly rotating behemoth before him. He pondered for a moment and said, there's a hidden place inside the small pillar of creation. So, we don't have to worry about intruders. That space can also protect the void node from being destroyed by energy below the Yuansha realm. He paused for a moment and suddenly smiled with a dark face. It took a lot of effort to make the pillar of creation. It's not fun if it's taken apart. There's not much left in this thing, and there's no time to make a new one. I'm just replacing the energy of the old ones. If there's a small fry here causing trouble, I'll have a hard time. Why don't we set up 2 defensive circles nearby? His words made the girls break out in a cold sweat. This guy was acting up again, and he did it as soon as he said it. In just a few seconds, he had already thrown out a ton of arrays. Looking at the dazzling energy and terrifying magic circles that were gradually disappearing into the space beside the pillar of creation, Jing Yuanji quietly wiped the sweat off her pretty face. She remembered what Lord Hui said the other day. Lord Feng's magic circles will make the void shine with the light of godism. Now that he thought about it, this wasn't something that could be settled just by saying it. Just look at the array formation that was shining in the starry sky. The array formation was as thick as the pure white star in front of him. 2 energy beams suddenly gushed out from the spring of star essence and circled in the starry sky. As Yun Nuashing and the others watched, they landed 2 to 3 meters in front of them. The figures of Ning Fei and Gu Zhongming gradually appeared in the light beam, and the 2 slowly walked out. The handsome young man swung his long ponytail and long robe as he saluted Yun Nuashing and the others. He bowed and said softly, I'll never forget the favor of saving my life. Oh, you're just in time. You don't have to say anything else. I have something to talk to you about. Yun Nuashing waved her hand gently, and a wave of energy swept over and lifted the 2 up. You seem to have recovered well. We're just about to set off. Good. Zhongming smiled and straightened up. As you wish, Fairy. Yun Nuashing's forehead was bulging. First of all, I'm a man. Ning Fei and Gu Zhongming. Well, this was their signature expression. They had seen this expression of shock and amazement, as well as wanting to poke their own eyes out countless times. Yun Nuashing sighed sadly and waved her hand. It's our first time in this void, and we have something important to do. You just have to lead the way. I'll tell you the rest of the things on the way. Oh, right. Let's go wherever it's lively. Chapter 1523. It was boundless and the order was calm. Everything seemed normal, but the existence of this area was difficult to describe and measure with specific views and phenomena. In this endless and empty void, the only thing that could be digressed. Perhaps it was because every time she entered the void, she would feel that she would have to wander for a long time. so Yun Nuashing would always think of some irrelevant things in her mind. In the boundless, dark void, a brilliant and dazzling pure white light suddenly tore through the darkness. A pure white phoenix about 1,000 feet long gently flapped its wings and rapidly moved forward in this vast and endless void sea. The rules and order on its body were rapidly changing as it swept through the void. Yun Nuashing and the others were sitting in the middle of the phoenix's shadow. A few meters in front of them, Ning Fei and Go Zhongming were controlling the aura of order and rules to guide the way in the void. From time to time, they would release their godly souls to sense the void and adjust the order barrier they were holding up. Throughout the process, Yun Nuashing, Jing Yuanji, and Min were all staring at them. They watched as they mobilized the void energy without the slightest sense of stagnation. It came and went as they wished, as if it was their own arm. This was nonsense. They were already in the realm of advanced origin, and their exploration of the void had begun when they were in the reincarnation realm. They used to control the void in this way until they came to this strange void area. Min reached out her hand and pinched the void. The void energy hovered and condensed in her palm, and then showed signs of instability little by little. Not long after, half of the void energy suddenly exploded and disappeared without a sound. The remaining half in her hand remained stable, but after 10 minutes, the remaining half would also show all kinds of strange changes. It was as if she was just grabbing a ball of origin void, and this drop of water that had escaped from the void sea was struggling to get out of her control. Min waved her hand to disperse the void energy and sighed. What the hell was this? When they were traveling in the void, there was no danger or danger. Yu and the others had also jumped out of Yun Nuashing's spiritual world and were now sitting on the back of the phoenix's shadow. The phoenix's shadow was 1,000 feet long, and its back was as spacious as a small manor. Not to mention these girls. Even his whole family in the 139th era would not feel crowded if they all crowded on it. At that time, little purple soul, you were still running on it. Oh, as for why it was the phoenix's shadow, it was purely out of habit. There was nothing between him and Feng Qinghuang. Yun Nuashing glanced at Feng Qinghuang, who was sitting next to him quietly. Yun Nuashing face-bombed. What the hell? He even said that Feng Qinghuang is a phoenix, but Feng Qinghuang and Feng Er are a little bit different. Now that I think about it, 100 million years ago he might have said that. But now that I think about it, they have been fighting side by side for more than 100 million years. He has already familiarized himself with her. Sure enough, Feng Er used to be this kind of cute and good fighter. She was also a little stubborn. Her crimson pink eyes stared at the boundless void. The young girl, who was in a trance, suddenly felt a hand gently rubbing her long hair. She turned her head and met Yun Nuashing's complicated gaze, which seemed to contain emotions that transcended time and space. She tilted her head in confusion, and a puzzled voice came out from her nose. Nothing. Yun Nuashing shook her head. I just thought of something. Feng Qinghuang chuckled and suddenly said, Are you okay? You ate such a big thing just now. Speaking of this, Yun Nuashing's face twitched. Jing Yuanji, who was sitting next to her, also showed a strange expression. Although she did not see Feng Er eat this and that, but when she saw it again, she felt that the scene was a little strange. Her eyes swept over Feng Er until he twisted his body uncomfortably. Then she turned her head awkwardly. Yun Nuashing pressed on his stomach and didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Although he ate it, he did not really throw it into his stomach. He had many ways and spaces to deal with this kind of creation that was entangled with energy and rules. Eating it into his body was just sifting through it, checking its characteristics, and observing its structure. It was a creation of rules and energy, a point of entanglement of rules. It had a similar function as the heart of the world. It could directly communicate with the void and transform endless energy. The connection between it and the other space was probably one-sided. He had tried hundreds of times, but still couldn't use it to connect to the space that was one-sided. It was unrealistic to use the star spring to return to that space. At this moment, it had already been thrown from his stomach in his brain into a random world that stored endless energy. Yun Nuashing let out a sigh and realized that Feng Qinghuang was still staring at him. He smiled and pinched her beautiful face. Of course, there is no problem. I just wanted to check it out for fun. Now I have put it aside for safekeeping. Oh right, this thing might be useful to you guys as well. I have left a portal in your soul world that leads to that energy spring. You guys can go and take a look if you need to. But remember, do not swallow the rule power from that place. You guys can slowly feel it and use yourself to understand it. Even if you do need to make a small breakthrough in the rule power, you can only swallow it bit by bit. Feng Qinghuang listened attentively to Yun Nuashing's explanation. So you noticed the situation here and hurriedly came over. In less than a second, she entered a state of calmness and listened to every word Yun Nuashing said. Jing Yuanji was also listening. Mei Mao seemed to be in deep thought. What Lord Feng described was an unusual path, which was not more than 1 point similar to the path taken by most people in their realm. Usually it was said that the paths of the reincarnation state were mostly the same. Even though everyone's path was different, it was more or less similar in the grand scheme of things. After all, under the general trend of the void, no matter how different the paths of the 8 elements realm were, they would not deviate to the single element's realm. The path Lord Feng took was unorthodox, extreme, and very unique. Master Feng, after listening to Yun Nuashing, Jing Yuanji tugged at his clothes. Can I also start again? No, don't mess around. Yun Nuashing hurriedly waved his hand and shook his head. Everyone in the state of reincarnation needs to find the most suitable path for themselves. Let's not talk about whether it's unique or not. It has to be the most suitable for themselves. This can only be explored with endless time. Sometimes this path will even overturn the definition of the world and the void as you grow bit by bit as you grow. It can even be overturned countless times. I'm just giving you some guidance and some ideas so that you can have a vague idea that won't leave anyone's shadow. What you need to do is to follow your own thoughts and supplemented this vague idea to explore and constantly refresh yourself. Don't let the cognition and thoughts at this moment bind you. As long as that path still needs to be opened by yourself, you can't have the idea of stopping or solidifying. My path is the most suitable path for myself. It is the most remote and the most extreme path. It's so extreme that it can't be corrected. It's not impossible for you to say that it's either life or death, but it's not suitable for you to use as a reference. So you only need to know the ideas. Yun Nuashing pinched his bangs and said, Extreme and remote? The girls pondered. They recalled the battles that they had witnessed so far and felt that this was absolutely right. When playing with his own life, he could play with the lives of others. If anyone in the void dared to gamble with their lives with him, they would definitely be tired of reincarnation. Who would dare to use life, death, and reincarnation as a bargaining chip and throw it on the table without any scruples? The consequence of doing so would be to reincarnate again. But he still looked indifferent. To be honest, if anyone in the void provoked him, they would really be tired of reincarnation. Suddenly, the shadow of the phoenix let out a cry that resounded in the realm of order. Yun Nuashing and the others turned their heads and found that Ning Fei and Ge Zhongming were quickly mobilizing the power of order and order. The pure black color of the void was tinged with a faint purple color. The pure realm of void began to dissipate little by little. This proved that they were close to a void territory with order, and such a large area of sudden change meant that they might have arrived in front of a world group. Just as she was thinking, Ge Zhongming turned his head with a hint of joy and said, Mr. Feng, we're almost there. Yun Nuashing and the others stood up and looked ahead. They quickly mobilized the power of order and energy in their bodies. Suddenly, a large area of light appeared in the dark void. A large world group was rapidly emerging from the shadows of the void. Yu was holding Yun Nuoxing's shoulder to make herself stand higher to look at the world group. Although this action was basically useless, she was just about to let out a happy cry when she suddenly noticed the shadow that they had been sitting on for a few hours. Her expression became a little strange. "Little star, have you and Qing Huang done it?" Yu landed and put her hands around Yun Nuoxing's neck. She whispered in his ear, Did you say a contract?" No, it's just… it's hard to explain." Yun Nuoxing coughed dryly. He didn't form a soul link with Feng Qing Huang, nor did he form a soul contract. It was just that he was subconsciously used to the state. Yu listened to Yun Nuoxing's words. She turned to the side and put her arms around Feng Qing Huang's shoulder. She giggled and said, Qing Huang, when did you do it with little star?" "No." Feng Qing Huang glanced at her and ran her fingers through her hair. "I was rejected." Yu was stunned. Yun Nuoxing's earth-shattering coughs came from the side. His pretty face turned red. Feng Qing Huang glanced at Yun Nuoxing and smiled. She didn't pay much attention to it. She did mention it once, and he did reject it once. As for the reason, it was very vague. However, looking at his nervous and conflicted face, she could tell that he wasn't just brushing her off. He probably had his own thoughts. Anyway, she didn't mention it again after that. While they were talking, the huge group of worlds was rapidly approaching them. The dense clusters of light connected to each other like a net, dividing the void into many grids. Yun Nuoxing noticed that there was no void passage between these clusters of light. Ning Fei and Ge Zhongming also said that there was no such efficient way to connect them, since, I forgot how many years ago, when the void suddenly had countless worlds out of nowhere due to a turbulence, the void has been like this. Don't be fooled by its peaceful appearance now. During the years when the upheaval happened, there was not a single day of peace. The entire void was in a life-and-death battle. Looking at you guys, you should be from one of the more peaceful regions, right? You guys were lucky not to be involved in the storm of war. Yun Nuoxing and the others said that they had a stomachache. They didn't know how to explain that they were involved in the largest civil war in the entire void, and that they were currently experiencing the largest civil war in the entire Grand Yuan realm. They didn't know how to explain it, so they could only put on a stiff smile and pretend that they didn't experience it. The problem of regional isolation was really troublesome. To sum it up, it was, I've never heard of what you said, and what I said sounded like nonsense to you. Anyway, the void itself sounded like nonsense. The chaotic war lasted for a very long time. It finally stopped millions of years ago. On one hand, it was because of the compromises made by all sides. On the other hand, it was because of the appearance of the star spirit spring. Its appearance stopped the war that spread throughout the void. When one side is dominant, all sides submit. However, such a situation can be broken. Unless the dominant side is so powerful that everyone in the world of order can compete with it, it's only temporary, Yun Nuoxing said. Ge Zhongming and Min nodded. Min's pretty face twitched, and she couldn't help but nod as well. They had painstakingly built up their forces in the void back then, but in the end they were forced to submit under the attack of the realm of gods. Now they were holding hands and fighting against the abyssal death mist at the front line of the void. Noticing that Min was looking at him, Yun Nuoxing turned his head and stuck his tongue out at her. He knew that the girl was still a little unhappy, but she didn't show it. Ge Zhongming guided the phoenix's shadow towards the largest light cluster. At such a close distance, Yun Nuoxing could clearly see the situation of the 100 light clusters around them. Countless lives came and went in the void. This place seemed to be a unified, big world. There were some obscure fluctuations of the laws that originated from the same law imprint. It was as if it was announcing to all the other lives that this was their territory. It was a lively place. He could feel it even before he entered. In less than a minute before the teleportation, he saw many places through the world barrier. He couldn't help but laugh. Where the laws and order converge, I found a few suitable places to place void nodes. Yuan Ji, help me keep an eye on that world. And that one over there, from left to left, and the third one above. Yes, that's it. Remember the order and spatial fluctuations around here. When the time comes, you have to adjust your imprint first. Oh, Min's imprint won't be needed. Gu Zhongming couldn't help but be stunned when he heard that. They hadn't even entered yet, but he had already seen all these things through the world barrier. Although he heard Ning Fei talk about what he encountered while he was unconscious, he still caught a glimpse of Mr. Feng's strength. He was a little surprised. Mr. Feng, then should we go and set up the void nodes first, or go to the overworld first? Ning Fei had the phoenix stop in the void and turned around to ask respectfully. They had heard what Yun Nuoxing's group said to them along the way, so they understood what they were going to do to the void. However, they were still a little confused and couldn't quite understand. No hurry. I still need to observe for a while. Other than the few places I saw just now that I can decide on without thinking, I still need to find a suitable place myself. Yun Nuoxing chuckled and waved her hand forward. Ning Fei understood and had the phoenix's shadow continue forward, rushing into the light cluster of the overworld. With a rapid change of energy state, their teleportation was completed. A second ago it was still a dark void. At this time they opened their eyes and saw a brilliant galaxy in front of them. It was full of obvious traces of artificial transformation. There were many big stars and planets with life. It was an unusually prosperous and lively world. As soon as they completed the change of teleportation and their eyes adjusted to the surrounding scene, they saw a huge, strange ship rumbling in front of them. Moreover, it was heading toward them. Ning Fei and Yun Nuoxing's group were startled. Just as they were about to urgently retreat, a series of strange clanking sounds suddenly came from the ship. After a burst of violent energy flashes, the ship came to a stop with difficulty. Little Red Man, what the hell are you doing? If you want to die, then please go to the side. Don't get in the way here. Without saying a word, the people on the ship cursed at Yun Nuoxing and the others who were standing in front of them. After cursing and throwing out a few words of greeting, they stiffly turned the ship around and continued to rush forward on the path they had just taken. The ship was speeding a little too fast. Behind it, there were a few other ships that were speeding along at the same speed. Jing Yuanji originally stood up in an instant and wanted to beat them up, but Yun Nuoxing pulled her back and pulled her to sit down. She patted her head to calm her down. Then, she watched the ships go away and couldn't help but sigh. The 51st era hasn't even reached the end yet. Are there already new tricks to blackmail people? Everyone. Fortunately, this big boss was calm and didn't care about those people. If it were them or other people, they would have rolled up their sleeves and rushed up to beat those people up. It was not like they couldn't beat them. Gu Zhongming's group had stayed in this area for a long time. In fact, at their level. No, not to mention the origin realm. Just the divine realm alone was enough for them to run around the void. There were many places they hadn't been to, but they had been to many places. Their nature of running around the world was actually similar to Yun Nuoxing's nature of running around the world. No, I think there is a little difference. When Gu Zhongming introduced this world to them, Yun Nuoxing's group listened and couldn't help but say something. Siu couldn't help but mutter. Yun Nuoxing stretched out her hand and touched the girl's face with a kind face. She pulled a few funny shapes. This area belongs to one of the dominators of the void, the Divine Court. It is the Divine Court that I told you about before, Ningfei said. Feng Qinghuang suddenly frowned. If that's the case, won't they come after us after we killed their people? We left many alive just now. Who knows if they will pass the information to them? Indeed, but we don't have to worry too much. The main world of the Divine Court is indeed this world. The light cluster is true, but their headquarters isn't in this world. The forces they leave behind in each world are only equivalent to a few city passes. As long as we don't take the initiative to approach them, we won't attract their attention. Ning Fei said, also, if we fail to get the star spiritual spring and lose contact with them, all the major forces know what that means. Basically, they won't pursue a person or a rising force because of this matter, unless someone very important to them dies. Yun Nuashing nodded. We didn't poke at their sore spot. If we did, it wouldn't be the same. It was a verdant and lush planet that was abnormally large. The blessing of a high-level life form had made this planet extremely vast. Its volume had already reached half the size of an ordinary star. Other than the vitality of this planet, what was reflected in one's eyes were the numerous order and energy barriers that enveloped this planet. There were truly quite a number of them. The Divine Court likes to play tricks with space. This is the first star of the main world. Although there is only one star, there are actually many superimposed spaces in it. It can be said that there is no end to them. It is said that some of them are quite similar to the void. Those spaces can be explored to the end, but there is no way to measure how vast they are. Gu Zhongming was stunned. You can see the whole picture? It is said that this space has been developing. Even the Divine Court themselves don't know how big it is. They don't know the whole picture. I can see it. Look in that direction. Yun Nuashing pointed in a direction and pointed to the starry sky. In the unfolded space there is a building that looks like a cedar tree. It should be quite deep. That is a special building set up in the deepest space of the Divine Court. Okay, I believe you. Ning Fei couldn't help but smile bitterly. He wiped the cold sweat on his forehead. What kind of big shot was this? Chapter 1524. The battle in the void on this side lasted longer than Yun Nuashing's side. Probably because the void on this side did not have enough worlds and champions to hold the fort. The chaos in the world of order that was caused by the resonance of the timeline only slowly subsided a few million years ago. In the void on their side, they were already fighting a fierce battle with the death mist. Fortunately, although the battle lasted for a long time, the world of order did not suffer too much damage. Judging from the number of life forms and the level of energy that they saw in the past few hours, this strange void still had a considerable amount of power. If they moved this void back, it might not just increase their power by 50%, it might even increase their power by 60% or 70%. However, that was something to be considered later. Now that they were trapped here, there was no need to talk about moving back. 1 high-tier origin, 2 high-tier origin, 3 high-tier origin, 4, 5. Looking at the life forms that were running all over the world, Yun Nuashing silently counted the number of high-tier forces. Her mind was full of thoughts about how to arrange these people. Before the void was moved back, she was already thinking about the front line of the void. Feng Qinghuang gently knocked on Yun Nuashing's head. Don't worry about that. We haven't been able to go back yet. Yun Nuashing laughed dryly and looked at the huge planet in front of them. The defense of the first planet of the Prime World was quite tight. Close to the surface of the planet, there was a floating city. It was a fortress that guarded the border. It was probably made to look like a city to facilitate the passage of people. Many champions on the wall were staring at the countless life forms that were gathering from other places. Although it looked tight, it did not have a particularly solemn and tense atmosphere. It did not look like it was during the war. At this moment, it was just an ordinary pass to control the flow of people, although it was floating in the sky. The ancient city carried the aura of time and history. It should have existed for a very long time. Even the aura of breaking through to the next realm could be felt on its body. It floated here to become a pass, as if it had been specially made to make a hole. There are a lot of energy marks left in the starry sky. They are road signs left by people from other worlds to facilitate the transmission and communication between worlds. The first star of the Divine Court is more lively than the other worlds in this void area. The other worlds are the convergence of large galaxies and star clusters. Only the Divine Court uses overlapping spaces. In the depths of those spaces, there is a portal that leads to the headquarters of the Divine Court. It's like decorating the first star as a garden. It's really lively in this way. It's the center of this world group and the most lively place. It is the most lively place in the world. Ning Fei pointed at the stars and explained. Soon, they stopped at the back of the line. They looked forward and saw that the line was very long. However, there were only about 2,000 or 3,000 people standing in front of each other. Their mounts, ships, and other similar tools were all quite large. The gap between the lines was very long, so the line looked very long. The weakest life forms that appeared here were at the rebirth realm. There were even some high-level heavenly gods of origin who were standing in the line calmly with no expression on their faces. They looked as if they were reflecting on their mistakes. After the line squeezed forward for a while, Yun Nuashing and the others saw the ship that almost hit them just now. Judging from the position they occupied and the fact that no one approached within 1,000 feet of them, they seemed to be a very strong group of people. No one was willing to provoke them. The people on the ship were pacing back and forth on the deck a little impatiently. As they walked around, they saw Yun Nuashing and the others who were queuing at the back of the line. Someone greeted them, and the others sneered, but they didn't say anything. There were also people who pointed at them, but Yun Nuashing couldn't be bothered to take it to heart. He just looked at the starry sky and was a little curious. There aren't many high-level heavenly gods, but the number of them gathered together is enough to move unhindered in the stars. There are also many heavenly gods. Has the aftermath of the star spirit spring not dissipated yet? Yun Nuashing asked. Logically speaking, there are two things that cause the most commotion about the star spirit spring. The first is when it appears. The second is when it is obtained. Everyone is waiting for someone to announce that they have obtained the star spirit spring within 3 or 4 days after it is obtained. This is the usual practice. However, Mr. Feng does not plan to establish a sect, so there is no need to mention this fixed event, Gazhoming said with a faint smile. Ning Fei suddenly let out a soft cry of surprise. Everyone looked over and saw him looking at the wall in front of them. He was confused and could not help but ask, "Why has the Guardian come out?" It didn't take Gazhoming much effort to find a person on the city wall. It was a female commander wearing golden light armor. She stood at the top of the city gate. Her cold and beautiful eyes were vigilant as she stared at the troops below. Yun Nuashing also noticed the female commander. She had not been on the wall earlier, but now that she had suddenly appeared, even the soldiers guarding the fortress had a sharp presence. The people standing in the group immediately felt an invisible pressure, which made everyone's expressions become unnatural. Yun Nuashing gently exhaled and circled around the group. The pressuring presence could not even get within 3 meters of them, a guardian commander who has just reached the 9th layer of origin. It's understandable for a force of this level to appear in a fortress, but she shouldn't come out unless there's something going on. The sudden appearance of the guardian had attracted the group's attention, so the small pressure was not a hindrance. The guardian of the first star has probably not appeared for 1,000 years. The last time she appeared was because an expert accidentally entered. I wonder what the situation is this time. Jing Yuanji and the others looked at Yun Nuashing, which made him stunned. He hurriedly waved his hand. No, this has nothing to do with me. You can sense it yourselves. I don't have any presence at all. You can't see it at all, right? Let me tell you, if I really hide my presence in the void, no one will be able to sense it. Siyu poked Yun Nuashing's face with her jade-like finger and said, "You've got some weird talents." Yun Nuashing bared his teeth at the girl. This was a job requirement. Back then, the observer had to do things quietly, just like an assassin. How could they not hide their presence? But now they did not need these things. They would only use them when they came out for a walk. As for this period of time, they did not need to hide their presence. They would rush to the front of the abyssal death, mist with the Netherruin sword and billions of formations, and kill it. The Guardian had appeared for less than 5 minutes, and suddenly disappeared without a trace. Yun Nuashing saw her hiding in the void, but her attention was still focused on the space in the real world. Squeezing in the team, they soon arrived at the fortress. Standing there and looking up at the building that was filled with the aura of time, everyone could not help but exclaim. It was really magnificent and strict. The cold color tone set off the cold aura of the soldiers, adding a sense of iron and blood to the fortress. The people around had shrunk their mounts and riding equipment by several times, and the space in front of the fortress gate was suddenly much more spacious. Yun Nuashing looked at it and simply turned the phoenix's shadow back into energy and put it away. They had just stood in the starry sky when they heard some sneers. They turned their heads and saw that the ship did not shrink like the others. It was just like another fortress in front of them. The people standing on the deck were looking around with disdain, especially at the group of them, pointing and gossiping. They seemed to have a special sense of superiority when they looked down at them from above. Yun Nuashing was too lazy to pay attention to them. She followed the team and walked forward slowly towards the fortress gate. There was a person on the ship, and no one knew what he was thinking. The mocking look in his eyes when he looked at Yun Nuashing and the others suddenly changed. He raised his finger, and the ship suddenly flashed with the light of energy for a moment. A dark blue energy, lightning, rushed towards Yun Nuashing and the others at lightning speed. A faint sound of energy collision suddenly echoed in front of the fortress gate, startling many people. After a few seconds, they all stepped aside and looked at them with eyes that were waiting to see a good show. Yun Nuashing did not look back. Her slender index finger was holding a mass of chaotic energy. It was the dark blue energy lightning just now. She glanced at it and casually crushed it, then said softly, "Yuanji, sink the ship." Jing Yuanji gently acknowledged and turned around. Dense spatial force rapidly condensed in her hand, and with a gentle flick of her finger, the ball of energy shot out. Only when it shot out did it completely condense into a light blue spear that was several hundred meters long. The people on the way were shocked. Many of them rolled to the side in fear, but the spatial spear shot past them all in a flash and appeared below the ship. It pierced through the ship with a flash of blue energy, and the energy imprints it left behind along the way detonated, causing over 100 energy blasts in the middle of the ship. Bang! Visually, one could only see a violent explosion of energy. The massive object was blown into two from the middle, causing countless people to be shocked. That ship can withstand an attack from a peak 8th layer origin source expert without leaving a single mark, yet it's been torn apart so easily. The people in the surroundings were stunned. They stared at Yun Nuashing's group in fear, secretly placing them in a dangerous position. The group of people on the ship fell from the ship in a horrible shape. The person who had shot out the dark blue bolt of energy earlier revealed a vicious expression with killing intent. With a furious bellow, the presence of a powerful origin source erupted, and he was about to lunge at Yun Nuashing's group. "Stop!" Suddenly, a shout came from the cold and solemn wall of the fortress, accompanied by the sonorous sound of long spears and halberds. Everyone turned their heads and saw that the ambassador had returned. He was still standing in the same position, staring at the people from the Yunhua star with a pair of cold eyes. He said coldly, "If you disturb the order here, you will be permanently deprived of the qualification to enter the first star of the Divine Court." Yun Nuashing shrugged his shoulders indifferently. On the other hand, the people on the other side were so angry that they were trembling all over. However, due to the prestige of the gatekeeper and also afraid of the consequences of a big fight here, they actually swallowed their anger and stood at the side without saying a word. One of them even completely tore the ship into pieces and threw it into the void, as if to vent his anger. "Look, there are quite a lot of unreasonable people in this world." Yun Nuashing shrugged at Siyu and Feng Qinghuang. The two girls were inexperienced, so she had to instill some special ideas into them. Just slap them a few times and they'll calm down. Siyu tilted her head. What if they can't calm down? Then slap them until they calm down. Yun Nuashing gave her a thumbs up with a smile. Master Feng, don't teach little you and Qing Huang bad things, said Jing Yuji. Jing Yuanji couldn't help but say. Then, she pulled the two girls aside to correct their ideas. Yun Nuashing shrugged, helplessly. This was a fortress full of history and the aura of time. The heavy aura of time told everyone how heavy its existence was. Yun Nuashing found a lot of traces. Wore scars on the walls, traces of fierce attacks, traces of energy bombardments. Some places had been repaired perfectly, but the scars were still there, like a mark of glory. There were also many energy imprints that contained a huge amount of energy, and some things that he couldn't identify in a short time. They were similar to divine runes and runes. They were probably used to protect the fortress. He stood there and observed for a while. Then he lifted his foot and walked forward. The others hadn't recovered from the shock of seeing Jing Yuanji sink the ship so casually. When they saw Jing Yuanji and the others walking towards them, they hurriedly made way. The female commander on the wall stared at Yun Nuashing and the others with a meaningful look. Then she raised her head and looked at the group of people driving the ship. Private fights are not allowed before the town closes. If there's a grudge, someone on the first star will find a place for you to settle it. If you act recklessly on the first star, you will be killed without mercy. Oh, Yun Nuashing shrugged in response. Then, with a smile, he met the gaze of the female commander. Excuse me, can we go in now? The female commander responded with a muffled sound. Then, she turned around and disappeared from the wall. Yun Nuashing watched her go into the void again. Then he lifted his foot and led the others forward. The group of people driving the ship stared at Yun Nuashing and the others. They cursed fiercely and followed behind the group. After this episode, the initial order in front of the fortress was restored. The long line of people gradually shrank. After that, there were some small disturbances, but the scene of almost fighting did not happen again. After passing by the fortress, they continued to move forward in the starry sky for a while. Yun Nuashing and the others followed the people in front of them and walked in front of a thing that was unknown, whether it was a talisman, a magic formation, a divine pattern, or something else. After a quick teleportation, they directly landed on the first star. In front of them was a square paved with white bricks. A column inlaid with a string of diamond-shaped crystals was erected in the middle of the square. The people who had just been teleported opened their eyes in the square. When they looked up, they saw that they were already standing in the city. There were 3 rows of lush trees on both sides of the street and in the middle. The buildings were a short distance away from the trees on the street in a straight line. There were shops and pavilions. Further away, the area of the city was divided into regions. There were large manors, large buildings similar to temples, restaurants, and other lively places. The style is very different. Other than that, there doesn't seem to be any difference, Yun Nuashing said after looking at the city for a while. The places where the human race lives are mostly the same, other than the meaningless decorations used to decorate the buildings and decorate the city all year round in a peaceful world. Everything else is about the same. Simplicity and convenience are the most important. Min's voice came faintly from the side. She looked at the unusually crowded place, and her cheeks twitched. There are so many people. It's so noisy. Yun Nuashing felt the same way. The devilish sound pierced his ears as soon as he came down, and he almost fainted before he could catch his breath. Now that he had recovered and looked in front of him, he saw a sea of people standing shoulder to shoulder. To be honest, it would not be a problem to say all these words at this moment. There were so many people that the sound of clothes rubbing against each other could be heard from all directions. It was similar to millions of giant beasts stomping and roaring. Fortunately, the teleportation square was large, and the square itself was not crowded. It was just that there were a lot of people in the city. At a glance, other than the buildings, there was only a black mass of people. There are indeed a lot of people. Halcyon does the first star of the celestial court usually have so many people gathered in the divine city? Ning Fei looked at the sea of people that looked like a surging tide. He couldn't even tell what the original sound was from the voices that came from beside his ears. Gu Zhongming dug his ears. Ah, louder. If you have something to say it in your soul. I say, there aren't so many people usually. Do you want to die if you shout so loudly in your soul? Yun Nuashing and the others did not know whether to laugh or cry. They had only taken a few steps in the square when the teleportation lights behind them flashed continuously. Guests from the starry sky kept arriving here. The dozens of people on the ship also arrived at the square at this moment. When they saw Yun Nuashing and the others standing not far away, their eyes immediately turned cold. The person who had just hit them suddenly said coldly, "Ha! Ignorant idiots! Be careful of your heads!" Yun Nuashing and the others were stunned when they heard this. He held Siyu's hands and said earnestly, "Look, there will always be a lot of noisy people. I didn't slap him just now, but now he's barking in your ear, causing mental pollution to you. But other people can't hit him." Siyu blinked and responded with a cute smile. "Ah, that's true." Yun Nuashing scratched his head and laughed dryly. He waved his hand and led the others forward. "Let's go and see why the first star is so lively now." That person was startled when he saw them leave so arrogantly. He clenched his fists so tightly that they were about to shatter. He angrily flicked his sleeves and snorted coldly. Then he led his people to walk in the other direction. Yun Nuashing had been staring at them the whole time. Now that they had left, he heaved a sigh of relief. "Are you crazy? You attacked my head for no reason, and now you're acting like a victim who wants to take revenge. To be honest, no one will notice if I kill them quietly, right?" Everyone waved their hands. No. Everyone will know." Gazhoming smiled bitterly and said to Yun Nuashing, "Mr. Feng, let's go ahead and collect some information. It's rare for the divine city to be so lively. Something rare is about to happen. You guys should go ahead and find a place to stay. Go. Be careful." Yun Nuashing waved his hand. There were many high-level beings in the city, but they didn't gather in one place. They were scattered all over the divine city. For the time being, they were staying in one place and didn't make any movements. Yun Nuashing and the others found the highest restaurant in the city. It didn't take them much effort to reach the top of the restaurant. They sat down and told Gu Zhongming and Feng Qingluo where they were. Gu Zhongming then looked at the world around him. "When I saw it earlier, there was a very suitable place to make a void node in this world. It seems to be on the first star." Yun Nuashing looked around and scratched his head in confusion. "Why can't we find it after we come down? There are too many shields on the first star. Are they blocking our vision?" Feng Qinghuang replied, There aren't many things in the void that can shield my eyes. I don't think it's that. It should be something else. Well, I can't find it now. Looks like I'll have to circle this planet a few times." As Yun Nuashing spoke, his gaze suddenly paused. He sensed something that caused his spirit to freeze in the air. He slowly stood up and waved his hand at the air. "Don't panic, just relax." Jing Yuanji and the others were stunned. They looked around and didn't see anyone else. They couldn't help but look at him. Yun Nuashing shrugged and kept his soul. We got caught again. Chapter 1525. Yun Nuashing felt that he had been a little unlucky recently. He ran into trouble when he went out to clean up, and misfortune never came alone. When he was forced to enter the sea urchin world, he was watched by Brother Arii and the others. There were more unlucky incidents in the past. This time, when he first came here, he used his soul to feel around in the first star of the god's court. Before he could sense anything, he was caught and looked at by a consciousness. However, he did not know whose consciousness it was. The first meeting of both parties was calm, and they were not surprised. Yun Nuashing closed his eyes and let his soul hover around him. He waited quietly for a while, but there was no visitor. Then he opened his eyes. It seemed that the other party did not intend to pursue the matter. However, the action just now was to stop his soul from spreading, and it did not come after him. I was careless. Yun Nuashing rubbed his bangs. It was rare to be discovered when one's spirit was fused into the void, unless one happened to encounter someone who was concentrating on fusing their spirit into a corner of the void to sense the void But even so, he was rarely caught. The other party might also have such a method, which was why he encountered him. In the future, it would be better for me to infuse the power of order into my divine soul to disguise myself a second time. It wouldn't be fun for me to sneak a peek while walking around. After all, this place was someone else's territory. Although nothing happened during this coincidental encounter in the void, it didn't mean that nothing would happen the next time. After he ended his soul's wander into the void, Ning Fei and Gu Zhongming walked into the private room with some snacks. "Hey, we're here. We brought some snacks. It's a specialty here." Yun Nuashing immediately thought of Hui. That guy was the same. If he went to the new world with him, he would also gather information while searching for local snacks and specialties before returning. Moreover, his speed was very fast. Training field. Gu Zhongming brought the information that made the first star of the gods' court lively. However, the information made Yun Nuashing a little surprised. Training field. It sounds like a place where some juniors would go for cultivation and exploration. It should have nothing to do with us, right? Talking about the training field was like talking about a secret realm. His first reaction was that it was some kind of cultivation place or some kind of treasure trove. However, judging from Gu Zhongming's expression, it did not seem to be the case. Gu Zhongming put the snacks and specialties he bought on the table and said, "Haha, it's not what you think, Mr. Fong. Although it's called the training field, it's a very special place. It's an ancient war relic, located in both the void and the real world. That space is engraved with many mysterious rules and powers of order. Some people speculate that it's the traces of battle left behind by some people who reached the peak of origin several eras ago, or even reached the primeval realm. There may be more than 6 heavenly gods of origin who died there." Yun Nuashing was a little startled. It was possible that they were at the peak of origin, but it was unlikely that they were at the primeval realm. The first to reach the primeval realm in the Dark Age was Chong Kong, and the second was Hui. This was the answer Hui gave him. It was said that after reaching the primeval realm, one's soul could sense the undying energy left behind by those who reached the primeval realm. He looked through the entire space of order and only found Chong Kong's energy. Even though he had died a long time ago, the energy had only become very dim. It would not disappear completely with the passage of time. Perhaps those marks would only truly disappear when the great samsara came. It's filled with the engravings of many laws and order left behind by those who were at the peak of origin or the primeval realm. There were a lot of things to explain. Yun Nuashing was too lazy to talk about it, so he did not mention it. He went along with Gu Zhongming's words and said, "If that's the case, it's a place worth visiting. It's a very good place for the Empyrean gods of origin who have been stagnant for countless years and can't find their way forward. Although there are pros and cons to observing the traces of the laws and order left behind by those who are at the peak of origin or the primeval realm, the benefits always outweigh the disadvantages. As long as you control it well, there won't be any problems." Jing Yuanji said, "If we want to go to that ancient war site, do we have to go through the first star of the celestial court?" Ning Fei nodded slightly. "There are a few families that have access to that war site. Those who go through the first star of the celestial court are probably from this world group. You've been there? What's it like? Is it fun?" Siyu hopped on Yun Nuashing's back and wrapped her arms around his neck. She asked Gu Zhongming and the others with a smile. We've been there." Gu Zhongming's expression was a little strange. Yun Nuashing could tell from his awkward expression that he probably didn't have much experience the last time he went there. He said, "It's indeed a good place. There are many traces of the laws and order engraved there, and they don't show any signs of dissipating after so many years. However, because so many people go there, it's easy to gather there. Well, it's like that. Ning Fei did not feel embarrassed. He pointed at Ge Zhongming and said, the last time he went there, he obtained a law fragment carrier and was chased halfway across the Milky Way by someone. He sighed and pointed at himself. Unfortunately, I was one of the people who chased him. Ge Zhongming laughed dryly. In the end, the two of us fought and killed the other people. Yun Nuoxing and the others. So these two bad friends had such a past. They really didn't expect this. However, that was when we were at the peak of the heavenly god stage. When we went there, there weren't that many people in this star field. At that time, the war site was still floating in an independent space between the void and the real world. There were no teleportation portals set up in the void to facilitate travel. At that time, there was only a large group of people squatting outside the war site and waiting for it to open. Then, they would swarm in like a swarm of bees. I didn't expect to hear the news that the war site is about to open. If there's a chance, we can go there again. Maybe we can break through the bottleneck of the laws. Seeing that the two bad friends were reminiscing and sighing, Yun Nuoxing rested her chin on one hand and blinked her black eyes. Why, you want to go there? The two of them laughed dryly and nodded. They had no intention of hiding it. At the same time, they looked at Yun Nuoxing with anticipation, as if they were trying to encourage her. Yun Nuoxing laughed helplessly. How much time do we have left? I mean, how much longer until the war site opens? Only 2 days. Is Mr. Feng interested? Ge Zhongming said calmly with a smile, seeing that he stopped holding the things in his hand and looked at Yun Nuoxing. It was clear that he was actually looking forward to it. I'm not interested. Those laws are useless to me. They should be useless. Yun Nuoxing stretched lazily. Seeing their slightly regretful and disappointed expressions, he chuckled and reached out to pat Siyu's head, who was resting her head on his shoulder. However, these girls do need to take a look around. So, let's take advantage of these 2 days to set up the void node in this area. Then, we'll head to the war site. Ning Fei and Ge Zhongming's grins took up half of their faces. Ge Zhongming cupped his hands at Siyu and said with a smile, then we'll be basking in the glory of the fairies. Ning Fei thought for a moment and reminded them. In the past, when the war site opens, various places will publicly impart the experience of entering the war site and exchange information. However, entering the site requires a small entrance fee. That's right, this restaurant happens to have one. It's in the middle level. They should be talking about it now. Mr. Feng, are we going to find the location of the void node now? If time isn't urgent, why don't we go there and listen? Yun Nuoxing tilted her head in confusion. The war site, although I don't know how often it opens, from what you said, it should have been open for quite some time. Why do we need an entrance fee for that information? First, it's because the time span is not small. There are new people every time. Second, the war site is very large. After so many years, it hasn't been fully explored. Some people speculate that the war may have broken the space into billions of pieces. Every time it opens, only a few pieces of space will appear. It's the size of those pieces added together that is larger than a world. Some people say that it's actually a world that was destroyed in the war. The world barrier melted and collided with each other, forming the huge war site. Ge Zhongming waved his hand and said, in short, there are many theories. Until now, there hasn't been a unified answer. I heard that even though the war site has been opened for hundreds of thousands of times, there are only a few duplicated spaces. Even if there are duplicated spaces, only a relatively small portion of them are duplicated. The other spaces have never been explored. With each opening, other than seeing more of the ruins, it seems that we are gradually going deeper into the heart of the war. From the edge, we will encounter something special every time. Exchanging information and obtaining information will allow the newcomers to determine what form the special will take. However, it is also possible that they will not be able to determine it even if they have exchanged information. Generally speaking, it is beneficial to listen to what the people who have been there last time have to say. If you don't go, you won't necessarily miss out on anything. Obtaining information is secondary. You have to have a good eye for things. Yun Nuashing listened more seriously. If that was really the case, then the scale of the battle back then was not small at all. At the very least, it should not be any smaller than the last time they fought with Vast Sky. That time, one side was attacking while the other side was defending. The reason why the battle was not fully carried out with the Divine Realm as the stage was because it was a battle that revolved around the stronghold. If tens of thousands of heavenly origin gods were gathered into two sides and fought without any restrictions, then the scale of the battle would be staggering. Yun Nuashing felt that he had enough time to wait. This time he quietly released his divine soul again, fusing it with the power of order and precepts, together with the power of origin energy and the power of the little angel. He would not be able to capture that person even if he appeared in front of him again. This time, the investigation was much smoother. There were some whose divine souls had fused with the void, but they did not run into him. He quickly scouted the first star for a while, focusing on the overlapping dimensions. Void nodes were things that could affect the void from the void to the real world, and vice versa. To put it bluntly, nodes had to be set up in both the real world and the void at the same time to strengthen the connection between the two dimensions. Otherwise, his large-scale actions in the void could easily cause some cracks to appear between the void and the real world. It was inconspicuous, but it was not a good thing. Marking in the void was easy. As long as he found the right location, it did not matter if it was shallow, deep, or on the surface. However, if he were to look for nodes in the real world, he would easily run into other people's forbidden areas. This was especially true for places where large amounts of void energy, the power of precepts, and the power of origin energy were gathered due to the terrain. Those places were very suitable to be used as void nodes, and it was also very suitable for people to set up nests. He might even break into other people's homes. However, Yun Nuashing was not worried. No one in this part of the void knew them. Even if they were in trouble, they could run away with a slap on the wrist. There was no need to think about finding them. Yun Nuashing's divine soul circled around the first star for a while, but he still could not find a suitable location. He could not help but sigh. He had clearly seen it before he came in. Did he have to go out now and then come in again? There were a lot of shelters and barriers in this place. It would be a little troublesome to sneak in. It was better to look for it first. After circling around for about 10 minutes and marking several possible, suitable locations, Yun Nuashing's divine soul circled around the first star for a while longer. Then he found the divine soul that he had just exchanged glances with. He hesitated for a while and did not go over to take a look. His divine soul retreated like a tide. "How is it? Have you found the location of the void node?" Gu Zhongming asked enthusiastically. Yun Nuashing let out a long breath and shook his head. "I've marked 7 or 8 locations, but I'm not sure which one is the real location of the void node. I'll throw the coordinates to you first. You should be familiar with this place. Then, let's go down and listen to the class." Ning Fei and Gu Zhongming put away the coordinates and locations. Then, they walked in front with smiles on their faces. Yun Nuashing and the others also walked out of the private room and followed the two of them. After circling around the huge restaurant for a while, they found the location of the class that the two of them mentioned in the middle. Gu Zhongming communicated with the 2 guards at the door for a while, then turned around to count the number of people. He handed over a stone with specks of starlight. The 2 guards looked at it and then pushed the door open. Behind the door was a huge space that looked like a venue. From the outside, one would not be able to tell that it was so big. When they entered, Yun Nuashing and Jing Yuanji could clearly feel the signs of space distortion. It seemed that the space here had been expanded several times. The inside was very spacious and could accommodate tens of thousands of people at once. There were many seats in the venue, and there were independent spaces similar to private rooms above that were very widely distributed. At this moment, there were many people sitting in the venue. When they saw the door open, they turned their eyes and glanced at Yun Nuashing and the others for a while before turning their eyes away. However, there were also many people who were secretly glancing back and forth. In addition to wanting to see through their identities, they also seemed to be appreciating their group. Yun Nuashing's cheeks twitched. She snapped her fingers that were hanging in her sleeves, and a layer of transparent energy barrier suddenly enveloped their group. Those prying eyes could not even get close to them. Many people whispered in surprise, as if they were very surprised by this method. Gu Zhongming and Ning Fei found a relatively remote place and sat together like chairs. They waved their hands and threw down an energy barrier to isolate the sound. Only then did they let Yun Nuashing and the others sit down. The defensive measures are not enough, Yun Nuashing said. Then, under the astonished gaze of the two, she threw down an energy barrier on the ground. The two of them jumped up and down. We still need a little more. Seeing this, Jing Yuanji added another space series energy rune. Gu Zhongming and Ning Fei almost vomited blood when they saw this. Not enough. Ming glanced at them and continued to add more defensive measures. Barriers and energy runes were fiercely smashed into the barrier and the void one after another. Gu Zhongming and Ning Fei both vomited blood. This level of defense, they only wanted to prevent prying eyes. Well, these big shots directly threw out a ton of energy barriers. Even if the world they were in suddenly came to an end and the first star suddenly collapsed, they would not be affected in the slightest. After Yun Nuashing and the others were done, they sat on the spacious chairs with peace of mind and lazily curled up their bodies. At this moment, there were about 3,000 to 4,000 people gathered in the venue. Compared to the number of people that the venue could hold, it was not a lot. However, when they thought about how many similar venues there were in this city and on this planet, they felt that 3,000 to 4,000 people was actually not a small number. Yun Nuashing noticed that most of them were life forms between the peak of the Heavenly God stage and the high level of the Origin stage. Peak of the Origin stage was rarely seen. There were only 2 of them. Looking at the state of their auras and some other details, Yun Nuashing could determine that at least 40% of the people had reached a bottleneck. The other 60% was not easy to determine. Maybe they did, maybe they did not. However, the 40% was enough to prove that this place was indeed more beneficial for people who had reached a bottleneck. After paying attention to the people who entered the venue, Yun Nuashing looked at the layout of the venue. It was an ordinary, spacious venue. However, there were some decorations that looked like clouds and stars floating in the sky. There was real starlight shining through the space and sprinkling in this venue. It was like a palace under the sea of stars. As she looked, she felt that something was wrong. She did not look away for long and saw the group of people who had a little conflict with the ship in the private room above that seemed to be an independent space. As soon as their eyes met, the group of people sneered and pointed at each other, making vulgar gestures. How annoying! Wherever I go, I can't help but meet this group of unlucky people. Gu Zhongming frowned. It's probably because I'm unlucky. That's right. I've been a little unlucky recently. Wherever I go, I get into trouble. Sigh, after all. The will of the greater void has locked onto me. I can't hide from it. At first, Yun Nuashing just sighed, but as she spoke, her whole body turned gray. Jing Yuanji and the others did not know whether to laugh or cry. They felt a little sorry for her. As a normal person, she was determined to be the biggest problem by the will of the greater void. Wherever she went, she would cause trouble. She was surrounded by a halo of bad luck. Hearing them gesturing as if they were saying something, Yun Nuashing planned to remove the soundproof barrier. He used his gaze to ask for everyone's opinion. Everyone expressed that they were very interested in what they were saying, so he put away the barrier. Then some voices were heard. Hee, we can't do anything to you if you hide well. Since you want to go to the ruins, don't blame us for not showing mercy. We'll enter the ruins tomorrow and take your lives. Look, they're looking over. She removed the soundproof barrier. Haha, they definitely won't dare to enter the ruins now. The number of people who stay there each time is not a small number. Let them find a better grave. Sai, that's too kind. Min frowned and said coldly, stinky fish and shrimps. Jing Yuanji glanced at Lord Foam and saw that he had sat up straight and wanted to say something, so she shrank back. Her pretty face showed an interested expression. Yun Nuashing rested her chin on her right hand and looked at the group of people mockingly. All right. I heard that you're tired of living. Why don't you listen to me? Unfortunately, we're also going to the ruins. You'd better hide far away with your tails between your legs, or it's best if you don't go in. Otherwise, I'll kill you in 3 days. Chapter 1526. After saying this, Yun Nuashing clearly saw that the group of people's expressions had turned much colder. Seeing that they were about to continue speaking, he opened the soundproof barrier again. No matter how they opened their mouths and shouted, he could not hear a single word. The commotion caused by the two groups of people quieted down the venue quite a bit. Before the official start of the event, everyone was very happy to see such a drama being played out here. Many people started to pay attention to them. Gazes came from all directions. Seeing the group of people in the private room shouting unilaterally, some people couldn't help but sneer in their hearts and shake their heads in disdain. Si Yu and Feng Qinghuang seemed to have thought of something. They looked at each other and grabbed Yun Nuashing's hands from both sides. While he was still in a daze, they suddenly lifted up his 2 middle fingers and gave him the sincerest greeting. Everyone was stunned. Yun Nuashing was also stunned. The group of people yelling in the private room, looked so cold that they asked the people in the other private rooms to turn on the energy barrier and step back. They expected a fierce battle to break out here. When the atmosphere was at its most tense and was about to explode, the door suddenly opened again, breaking the tense atmosphere. Everyone turned their attention to the door. A figure appeared in front of the door. That person was wearing a light blue armor engraved with energy runes. He was tall and had an inexplicable aura. Many people felt pressured just by entering the room. They all turned their heads. Why is this guy here again? Judging from his aura, it seems that he is about to break through to the next level again. Is he going to advance to the top level this time? I still remember clearly the scene of this guy moving away a mountain full of nomological imprints. There were a few times when I didn't see him come back. I thought he wouldn't go to those ruins again. I heard that someone predicted that there would be some unusual changes in the ruins. I heard that it attracted many people who had been here before. They all want to go in and check it out. What do you mean by unusual changes? You will know in a while. When Yun Nuashing had time to teach the 2 girls a lesson, he turned on the barrier when he saw the commotion. He also took the time to look at the newcomer. He saw through the newcomer's situation at a glance. The newcomer was close to the peak of the 9th heaven of origin. Although he was about to break through, judging from his aura and the fluctuation of rules, he seemed to have used some method to forcefully break through the seal. Instead of rushing to break through to the next level, he should stabilize the slightly shaky rules and power of rules. Otherwise, this rock would definitely pop out and hit him in the future. Rules are abnormal and chaotic. He used some unusual method to forcefully break through the seal. Min glanced at the person and narrowed his black eyes. Reckless, impatient, undesirable. It's not worth mentioning. Yun Nuashing and the others could not help but laugh dryly. This person was outspoken, but he was right. They had been on this path for so many years. Even if they were in a hurry, they were not in a hurry. In this short period of time, they were close to the peak of the 9th heaven of origin. Looking at how calm the space was, they should not encounter any situation where they were in a hurry to break through the seal. They could only speculate that he was in a hurry because he had been close to the peak for many years and had not made any progress. It was inevitable that he would be anxious. However, no matter how anxious he was, he could only wait for the seal to break and find some correct method to break the seal without any repercussions. He had basically set up a lot of traps for himself. The group of people who had just quarreled with them suddenly stood up excitedly. The few people in the lead smiled as they greeted the man in the blue light armor. Their malevolent and sinister faces were replaced with a trace of respect. Like a myriad of stars surrounding the moon, they welcomed the man to their private room and sat down. If I remember correctly, that person went missing in another region of space for several tens of thousands of years. Ning Zhongfei rubbed his chin and looked at the curious gazes of Zhao Juga. When he saw Gu Zhongming and Yun Nuoxing looking at him with curiosity, he could not help but let out a dry laugh. What I heard might not be accurate. It was when Zhongming was in seclusion. I went out for a walk out of boredom and came to another region of space that belonged to the Soul Fairy Academy. That person called himself Dragonbone. He only had a code name and no name. It was said that he came from a barren world. It seemed that for some reason, that world had broken free from the guidance of the powerful laws of this region of space. As a result, everything withered and there was only a sliver of life left. He came out of that hellish place. The principal of the Soul Fairy Academy personally invited him several times when he went to that region of space, but he was not interested and refused. That's about it. There were many things that happened in between that can be ignored. Then, Ning Fei thought for a moment. It's about him going missing. I heard about it when I went to the Soul Fairy Academy. I heard that he fell into a collapsed space of order and then disappeared. At that time, I heard that the collapsed storm seemed to have some kind of unheard of energy mixed in. Even those at the pinnacle of origin wouldn't be able to last half a second. Most people thought that he was dead for sure. Who would have thought that he would appear here alive after several tens of thousands of years? Yun Nuoxing's eyes flashed, and he nodded casually. Out of curiosity, he glanced at the person with the code name Dragon Bones. He did not expect that the person with the code name Dragon Bones also looked over under the direction of the group of people beside him. The two people's eyes met instantly. A moment later, Dragon Bones made a soft sound of surprise and was the first to look away. That person seems a bit interesting. Dragon Bone gently rubbed his eyes when no one was paying attention. He turned to the person beside him. Do you have a grudge with them? It's not a big deal. The man in blue, who was the leader, grinned. If you think they are interesting, Dragonbone, let's forget about it. Spare their lives if you meet them in the future. Dragon Bones nodded casually. He tapped the chair with his hand and frowned slightly. Recalling that pair of deep, dark eyes just now, he rubbed his eyes again. He felt that there was something wrong with that person, but he couldn't tell what it was. He didn't have any aura. He didn't have any aura. He didn't even have any aura. Yun Nuoxing just glanced at Dragonbone and then looked away. She was not interested. It was good that she had come so far. Judging from some clues, Dragonbone might have been a special Empyrean god of origin. That was, he was more powerful than the ordinary Empyrean gods of origin. For example, he was more powerful than the ordinary Empyrean gods of origin. For example, he was more powerful than the ordinary Empyrean gods of origin. For example, he was more powerful than the ordinary Empyrean gods of origin. However, the chaotic structural rules in his body were enough to obliterate his specialness. Although his power was still at that level, he had already retired from that level before he solved his own problem. A layer of tranquil energy suddenly swept through the venue, attracting everyone's attention. The venue, which had been noisy just a moment ago, instantly quieted down. Everyone turned their gazes and saw a figure suddenly appear at the front of the venue. It was a white-haired youth filled with lethargy. At the very least, his age was a lie. Who knew just how old this person was? Even though the heavenly origin gods rarely transformed themselves into energy life forms, they could still transform their bodies. For example, they could transform themselves into little brother or something like that. Speaking of which, this lethargic young man was a bit awkward to look at. This guy was at least 2 epochs old. He was so old that his vision was blurry, and he couldn't even hide the aura of time around him anymore. Yet, he still looked like a young man. This was a bit strange. Oh, a real top Empyrean god of origin. Yun Nuashing sat up a little straighter. He played with a tuft of hair that Siyu and Feng Qinghuang had dropped on him. There are faint traces left on his body after he failed to break through to the primeval stage. Some marks of law. How many times? Min said concisely. His eyes flashed as if he was thinking about how to break through to the primeval stage. Let me see, 2 times. And the way he left the marks of law is different. That means he used 2 methods to break through to the primeval stage. Feng Qinghuang grabbed his hair and tied her hair with his. She was stunned when she heard this. Are we going to find this old kid? Jing Yuanji also understood what Feng Qinghuang meant. He used 2 methods to break through to the primeval stage. That meant that the old man had 2 ways to break through to the primeval stage. At least theoretically, he had 2 ways, if they could get it. Why? Yun Nuashing tilted his head and looked at them. Jing Yuanji and the others were stunned. With Master Feng's mind, it was impossible that he did not understand the relationship. But he still responded like this. Was he really confused or... Although she knew that Master Feng would know, she was still worried. She gritted her teeth and whispered, Master Feng, you said that he tried to break through to the primeval stage twice. He has a way to break through to the primeval stage. You can, I know, but it's useless. Yun Nuashing shook his head and said, the method that the old man used is 2 of the 20 impossible methods that Hui and I have discussed. What use do I have for them? Jing Yuanji and the others were speechless. Well, they thought too much. If Yun Nuashing really thought it was useful, he would be more excited than anyone else. Yun Nuashing could not help but laugh bitterly when he saw the girls' dejected expressions. I say, you girls are so cute when you care about me. It's just that you're a little impatient. There are about 27 ways to break through to the primeval stage in the world. But, yes, I'm going to say but. However, after the last void turbulence, many changes have occurred in the world. The fall of the gods of origin has seriously damaged the changes in the void. Those theoretically feasible methods that theoretically exist, methods that should be fine, and many skills have all been rendered useless because of the 2 heavy blows. Hui and I spent a lot of effort to come up with those 27 ways. In the end, we only confirmed that 2 of them are feasible even now. Yun Nuashing said and raised his finger. 1. Divinity Carrier. This still requires the use of the laws of the realm of the gods. 2. Having reached my level, the peak of the primeval stage. Since I've reached this level, I only need to destroy everything about me. Perhaps there's a small chance. The girls quieted down. Their faces were filled with fear. Even Min Do, who had been an iceberg for thousands of years, had a frightening expression on his face. Break, and rebuild? Siyu swallowed and asked with a trembling voice. This is not as simple as pushing yourself to the brink of death and rebuilding. Yun Nuashing raised his left leg and placed it on his right leg. He supported his face with his hand. This is destroying everything about yourself. Your nails, hair, skin, blood, imprints, bones, organs, your soul, spirit, consciousness, and thoughts. You have to destroy everything and slowly disintegrate the time imprints that have accompanied you for hundreds of millions of years and several eras. You have to destroy your own laws, karma, and order until everything is destroyed and crushed. In the end, nothing is left. Yun Nuashing took a deep breath. Seeing that the girls were hugging each other in fear, Mindo moved a chair further away from him. Then he said softly, if you can enter the cycle of reincarnation again, next time, throw away all your restraints and do it again. Then there will be no obstacles in the primeval stage. The arrival of the perished one is quite special. If you throw away all the restraints, you should be able to vaguely see or encounter something. However, after going through reincarnation, no one can tell where you will go. In the lower realm, you will be reincarnated once, twice, or even worse, dozens of reincarnations or even longer. If you can't even come back from the 8 realms of elements, what's the use of activating the perished one? Yun Nuashing scratched his head and waved his hand to signal them to calm down. This is a more desperate method than cutting off all means of retreat. However, it is not suitable for us. After all, I can't gamble because there are many things that I care about. Moreover, this is a method that Hui and I have deduced together. It only has a 70% success rate. Compared to the divinity carrier, it is too dangerous. Well, these things can be discussed later. Now let's focus on the class. Don't miss the important business. Yun Nuashing waved his hand and laughed. It took a while for the girls to calm down. They looked at each other and felt a little nervous. They were a little worried. But when they saw that Yun Nuashing had turned his attention, they no longer paid attention to this problem. They turned their eyes to the front of the venue. The little brother had been talking for a while. The power of laws has changed. It is much more than last time. Although it is a war site at Reciprocity, we have mostly come into contact with 4th or 5th heavenly layer cultivators. There are very few that are close to advanced heavenly layer cultivators. However, each time it opens, there will be a little more than last time. We believe that this is a trend. In the end, we might be able to see the marks and marks of laws left behind by people at Reciprocity, or even peak Reciprocity. Those who are interested in exploring the war site together can come find us after the event. The little brother coughed gently. The entire hall fell silent. They were all sorting out the information that Yun Nuashing and the others had not heard. The little brother waited for a while. When some people returned to their senses, he continued, "Then there is the war site this time. Just like in the past, everyone has used their own methods to explore the place in advance. This time, we have basically gained nothing. We have not obtained much information that is worth paying attention to. However, according to some of the laws, we have determined that there seems to be a problem with the war site this time. This problem has caused it to open the door to the outside world ahead of time. It is also extremely unstable. The chaotic power of laws that emanates from it are in waves, just like choking on something. Some people have speculated that there is something stuck in the depths of the war site. This idea has been confirmed by several people at the same time. The probability is very high. As for what can affect this ancient war site, we're not sure." Yun Nuashing blinked her eyes. "It seems that the place will become unstable when it is close to the time of its opening. There are also such fluctuations in the laws. I am afraid that it is the laws of that space itself. I am not too sure. However, there are only a few possibilities. The rest will be clear when we go there. The war site will open in advance one more day. By then, people from other void regions will enter together. I hope that this time, our region will be able to obtain the greatest benefits." The white-haired young man finished speaking with a smile. He cupped his hands at the people present and took a few steps back. He looked at the hall and said, "If you are interested in joining forces, remember to look for our people." Everyone was speechless. This guy did not forget to advertise at the end. Not many people stayed in the venue. After listening to the report, they stood up one after another and walked towards the door that was already open. The people in the private rooms were still talking in low voices, as if they were planning something. "That's it." Siyu tilted her head and said to Yun Nuashing in a daze, "It's just listening to information. It doesn't take much effort. You see, when I was teaching you, I was also giving you a lot of information. A pot of tea, a book, and a void node for half a day. However, the amount of information I gave you was much more than what they gave you. If you want to break down the amount of information, there is actually not much difference in time." Siyu and Feng Qinghuang stuck out their little tongues. They recalled the days when they listened to his lectures. It had been so many years. Looking at the hall that was almost empty, Yun Nuashing stood up and said, "Let's go. There is still more than a day before the opening. We have to deal with the void node on this planet first. After that, we can move on to other things. When they reached the entrance of the hall, the people in the private rooms happened to come down together. Yun Nuashing and the others saw Dragon Bones and the others walking to the entrance. They glanced at them and planned to walk past them. The man in blue laughed and was about to do something when Dragon Bones reached out and stopped him. Dragon Bones shook his head and transmitted his voice. There are too many people now. In just a short time, Yun Nuashing and the others had already walked in front of Dragon Bones and the others. Then they collectively ignored Dragon Bones and the others and walked past them quickly. The extinguished flames in their stomachs inexplicably surged again. However, Dragon Bones kept stopping them. They also knew that even if they wanted to do something, they still had a chance. They were still on the first planet of the Celestial Court. If they really acted rashly, they would not be able to bear the consequences. After leaving the restaurant, Yun Nuashing identified the direction of the mark she left before and directly went there. After leaving the city, as the concept and rules switched, she came to an overlapping space. Although it was called an overlapping space, it was actually no different from a normal space. This was a normal space, but it was just a space with some other scenes. It was not as incredible as one would think. These overlapping spaces are quite fun after you get familiar with them. Yun Nuashing told Siyu and the rest about these dimensions when they were looking for the way. Evolved dimensions can live without obstacles, and can even evolve life itself. However, there are some dimensions that are not fully developed that tend to be chaotic and impossible to live in. There is another set of rules that work on these dimensions. These dimensions themselves are not fixed in one place. They drift around the first star, but this movement does not happen gradually. When the two dimensions drift to a certain distance away from each other, the connecting point between the two dimensions will disappear in an instant. Sometimes you will find that the mountains in the distance will suddenly disappear and be replaced by a cliff or the end of the dimension. However, this disease is not harmful. They are just drifting normally. Unless they fall into some strange terrain, they will not encounter any problems if they stand at the intersection point of the dimensions and drift along with the dimension. Moreover, no matter how far we enter the overlapping dimension, we will always see some obvious and special marks on the first star when we look back. Siyu and Feng Qinghuang turned around and saw some magnificent mountains and rivers on the first planet. However, when they moved forward, there were still mountains and rivers in the distance. Swoosh! The mountains and rivers in front of them suddenly flashed. It was as if their vision blurred and then became clear again. In front of them was a glacier covered in snow all year round. The two girls were stunned. Look, this is the switching of the overlapping spaces. It seems that the arrangement of spaces here is quite dense. There are no spatial rifts. Oh, there is a mark in front of us. Yun Nuashing looked ahead. The frozen land, snow, and thick icy clouds. Icy storms blew all year round. It looked a little cold. Before he lifted his foot to leave, his expression suddenly changed. He scratched his head and said, how did we get caught again? And this time in the real world. I forgot to activate the void and order concealment. It seems that I let my guard down when I saw the normal order here. Yun Nuashing let out a long sigh. They were caught trespassing again. They should prepare an excuse first. They should say that they sneaked in secretly. Chapter 1527. In the world wrapped in silver, there was an ice storm sweeping through. Frozen clouds fell on the frozen continent for thousands of years. The breeze blew with snowflakes, and there was a faint sense of weight. Breathing in the fresh and cold air, and then slowly exhaling, it turned into frost. In the distance, the icebergs were covered by thick icy clouds, showing their gloomy and dim sides. When the gust of wind blew past, the footprints left on the snowfield were washed into pure white. In the places that were not covered by icy clouds, one could see short and continuous ice mountains and floating islands exposed from the icy clouds. The bottoms of those islands were all snow-white, and were only thousands of meters in size. Occasionally, some islands would have traces of living beings, some of which were human beings, and some of which belonged to other living beings. Siu ran on the snowfield excitedly, knocking hard on the trees covered with icicles and snowflakes. The snow and icicles fell all over the trees, almost turning her into a little snowman. Yun Nuashing stepped forward helplessly, pulled out the little girl who had half of her body buried in the snow and ice, and patted the snow on her head. However, when he was not paying attention, Siu covered his face with snow and ice, which stunned him. The little girl in his hand just now had already continued to run in the distance with a smile. When he patted the snow off his face, he saw the little girl making a face at him. He could not help but smile bitterly. This playful girl did not look like she had lived for 100 million years, but he himself did not look like he had lived for dozens of eras. The ice and snow in the frozen land will never melt. Go Zhongming spat out a mouthful of white frost. He pointed to the row of short, snowy mountains in front of them and said, "You can't go past that snowy mountain. From that point on, it's the forbidden land of the divine court. No one is allowed to enter without permission." Is that the end of it? Yun Nuashing patted the snow off his body and looked into the distance for a while. His palm touched his ear subconsciously. He had just been discovered by a consciousness, and it seemed to be the consciousness that had discovered him in front of him. At this moment, it was entangled with his own consciousness, but it was not hostile. In fact, he could easily get rid of it. It was more like little purple soul tugging at his clothes and following him. The consciousness was deliberately showing him the way. After Gu Zhongming said that he could not go past the snowy mountain, the consciousness showed him a way. There was a cave in the snowy mountain. He could sneak to the back of the mountain from the cave without touching the barrier set up on the snowy mountain. Yes, the consciousness told him that there was a barrier behind the snowy mountain. Once a strange aura appeared behind the barrier, it would be surrounded by layers of firepower in an instant. Then, the cave could bypass the barrier's detection. Yun Nuashing felt that if the person who set up the barrier was not stupid, then there was something wrong with the cave. God knew how such a strange loophole appeared. Then there was a little problem now. He did not know what the consciousness was guiding him to do, but curiosity drove him there. Well, maybe he was a little playful in his bones. He was supposed to sneak in and secretly set up an energy node, but it turned out to be an exploration of the mysterious land. But what if the consciousness led him to the depths and then set off the alarm to surround him? As if it sensed what he was thinking, the consciousness suddenly released a weak goodwill to show that it was harmless. This made Yun Nuashing even more curious. The emotions conveyed by the consciousness could not be concealed or hinted at. Even the slightest bit of hostility could not be concealed. Yun Nuashing let out a long sigh. Looking at the white frost floating in front of him, he felt that it was quite interesting. He raised his head and looked into the distance. Even if he was surrounded, he could still use Peerless to rush out. But since the consciousness had released its goodwill, anyway, he was not in a hurry, so he might as well go and take a look. He really did not believe that curiosity would kill him in this small, broken orb. Even if he was a troublemaker, he would not be able to trigger this kind of plot. The distance looked very far, but it was actually not very far. In less than 15 minutes, Yun Nuashing and the others climbed up the hill that was more than 300 meters high. From the top of the hill, they looked at the towering ice peak in front of them. Then, they looked at the direction they came from. On the flat ice field, there was a sparse patch of ice trees. The frozen branches and leaves made the whole tree look like ice swords. Dim sunlight occasionally shone through the gaps of the ice clouds and sprinkled on the ice forest, adding a trace of cold light. It was like a sword tomb with millions of famous swords. It looked quite spectacular. It's quite cold. Suddenly, Yuan Kong in the spiritual world spoke in a low voice, successfully attracting the attention of everyone in the spiritual world. But the little girl seemed to have said it unintentionally. Just as they pricked up their ears, they heard the little girl said softly in a low voice, "Cold, wind, snow, the pain of freezing below the freezing point, and sleepiness. I remember when I first tried to transform, I fell into a world of ice and snow. I could not even maintain my form. Accompanied by wind and snow, I rolled all the way down the snowy mountain and fell into the glacier. Ha ha! I was born from the void, but because of my consciousness and form, I could not even resist the cold." The people from Yun Nua planet remained silent and did not speak. He let out a long sigh. He had never had such a feeling before. However, he seemed to subconsciously know that it was probably the imprint of life history that he had brought back from the lower realm for more than 70 eras. Now that he thought about it seriously, he could actually think of that feeling. To some ordinary people who had never seen snow, snow was very pure. To ordinary people, it was a very beautiful scenery. However, to people who lived in ice and snow all year round and lived a tight life, snowy days were either torture or disaster, or actually it was just plain and indifferent. The little angel went over and hugged Yuan Kong. She had also experienced that stage and knew that they were not as strong as they were now. They were even weaker than ordinary people. Wanting to comfort the little girl, Yun Nuashing also wanted to say something. But before he could say anything, he saw the little girl's face instantly turned red with a hint of asterisk asterisk. His cheeks twitched. He had forgotten that this little girl who had grown up to look like a young girl was a big sister. She did not need to be comforted. Just let her sister hug this little girl and she would instantly be full of blood. Waving his hand and ignoring the matter in the spiritual world, Yun Nuashing huffed and puffed. He reached out and grabbed the wisp of white frost that dissipated. The consciousness in his consciousness was repeatedly telling him that he could not go any further than 100 meters ahead. If he went any further, he would definitely be discovered. It was desperately telling him to back off. "You're very anxious," Yun Nuashing said with a smile through his consciousness. He felt that it stiffened for a moment, so he said, "Don't worry, this barrier is nothing to me. But since you're so nervous, I'll just take another route." Yun Nuashing stood there and watched for a while. When Siyu was about to run away, he turned around and walked in the direction they came from. Come. Let's go this way." This sudden speech that sounded like an old horse that knew the way stunned everyone. However, they did not think much about it and hurriedly followed. After walking around the mountainside of this snowy mountain range for a while, Yun Nuashing found the cave. It was a cave that was about 10 feet tall. There was no wind, and there was still snow 5 meters inside the cave. It looked like a snowman would suddenly jump out to scare people. Why is there a cave here? Ning Fei was stunned. They had been here before. The scenery here was good, so they could walk around, but they had never seen a cave here. "I just saw it." Yun Nuashing pointed at his head, and everyone suddenly understood. From the moment they set foot on the snowy plains, this guy had been using his divine sense to scan around. He probably saw something. But why did he want to go into the cave? Before everyone could figure it out, Yun Nuashing had already gone into the cave, and the group quickly followed. The cave was slightly dry. There was no wind, and there was no water. There was a pool of water in the middle of the road ahead that looked like it was frozen. Siyu jumped on it twice, but did not break the ice. Yun Nuashing knocked on Siyu's head and pulled her to prevent her from running away. Then he put on a divine barrier for everyone to prevent anyone from looking around and discovering them. His eyes scanned the cave. There's a weak energy reaction in this cave. It seems to be an energy used to block detection. Gu Zhongming clenched his fist and touched a ball of energy. It gathers automatically. If you pass through the cave, you will be stained with this energy that blocks detection. Jing Yuanji used the power of space to backtrack, and Mei Mao flashed slightly. There are traces of someone visiting here, but it's been a long time, maybe tens of thousands of years. The last traces left here are all from tens of thousands of years ago. Master Feng, this cave itself also has the effect of blocking detection, so it might not have been discovered before. Yun Nuashing nodded and walked forward a lot faster. This passage covered under the thick mountain, and snow was not particularly long, and they reached the end in a short while. Standing in the cave and looking at the other end of the cave, the ice and snow stopped neatly at the entrance of the cave and did not spread into the cave. There was no wind outside and no snow fluttered, but there was a thick layer of snow on the ground. Found it. Before stepping out of the cave, Yun Nuashing softly exclaimed, I found the location of the void node. Ning Fei looked outside and could not help but facepalm. We really ran into someone's house. Looking at the level of defense of this place, it's probably the back of someone's house, backyard, or some other place. But I do feel the signs of order and energy gathering. Layers of barriers were opened, and wrapped in a thick barrier, the group walked out without worry and could not help but exclaim when they got out of the cave. Hidden behind the snow mountain, under the layers of barriers, was a simple but magnificent castle, dyed white by the snow, so pure that it looked like a whole snow sculpture, and there was not a single window. For these guys who wandered around the world, they had seen countless castles. Who knew how many different types they had seen? However, this kind of completely sealed castle without a single window. They had never seen such a model before. It didn't look like a castle at all. It looked more like a prison. The entrance of the cave was not a dense ice forest, and the falling snow and stones covered the cave completely. If not for the energy of cognitive obstruction, this place would have been discovered long ago. The entrance of the cave was at the back of the castle, and they could see the castle from a 45-degree angle. It was divided into two parts, one in front and one in the back. The front part, which was the front part, was sitting firmly on the ground, but the back part was suspended in the air and looked like it was carrying a huge shell. After looking at the castle for a while, Yun Nuashing turned and looked to the side. Also at the back of the castle, on the other side, Yun Nuashing found the place where he left the mark. After a few glances, he confirmed that the place was suitable to be used as a void node. Just as he was about to go there, the consciousness that had been silent for a while suddenly pulled him back. Not safe. Yun Nuashing was stunned. No? Then we can't go in. It's just a barrier. Oh, if we break it, the alarm will go off, right? The momentary conversation made Yun Nuashing's expression change into that of not knowing whether to laugh or cry. It was really difficult to communicate with a consciousness that could only express its own meaning and could not speak. Basically, it was saying that it was guessing. After guessing for a long time, it barely reached a consensus. Well, it seems that we can't go there directly for a while. Yun Nuashing spread his hands. There's a special barrier in that place. If we break it directly, even if we use the Netherworld Ruins sword to cut it temporarily, it will expose our position in an instant. Min nodded. His right hand was already covered in purple and black surging energy. Do you want to fight? Yun Nuashing. For now, there's no need to fight, but we have to take a detour to get the key first. Key? Everyone was stunned. When Min heard that there was no need to fight, he retracted the void energy into his body and asked directly, where? Here, in here. Yun Nuashing pointed at the huge shell behind the castle and said, Actually, someone guided me all the way here. I was a little curious, but seeing that it was harmless, I didn't tell you. Let's go and see who that guy is. Following the final guidance of the consciousness, Yun Nuashing and the others came to the highest point of the shell. When they found the right place to break the wall and enter, Siyu's thoughts drifted off somewhere. He suddenly opened his mouth and said, I suddenly thought of the princess who was imprisoned on the top of the castle by the big bad guy. Yun Nuashing, who was about to make a big hole in the wall, froze when he heard this. Siyu suddenly locked his eyes on him and said with a smile, The lonely princess was imprisoned in the castle for many years, until one day the prince came out. Ouch. Physics stopped Siyu's thoughts from running wild. Yun Nuashing's cheeks twitched violently, and his brain also twitched violently. He said to the consciousness in his consciousness, "You're not a girl, are you?" There was no response. However, he could feel that the mood of the consciousness had become a little strange. Yun Nuashing didn't really care about anything. It didn't matter if the consciousness was a man or a woman. He just hit it first. Buzz! A big purple-black hole suddenly appeared in front of him. Yun Nuashing's body froze. He saw Min nodding and said, "Okay, let's go." Yun Nuashing walked into the castle stiffly. Jing Yuanji and the others followed closely behind. As soon as they popped their heads out, they saw Yun Nuashing standing in front of them. He raised his head and said, "Oh, this is really unexpected." Everyone was stunned when they saw the scene in front of them. However, it was okay. They just felt a little strange. Feng Qinghuang's body froze, and she couldn't help but tremble slightly. In front of them was a huge prison. The huge iron gate was branded with powerful rules of energy. The huge burst of energy prevented everyone from getting close to the iron gate. As there were no windows and the walls were thick, the prison was quite dark. The light from the crystals hanging on the wall couldn't fill up the space. Subconsciously, they imagined that it was a space filled with the smell of rust. "Girl, you go back first." Yun Nuashing stepped in front of Feng Qinghuang. He pressed his hands on her head and put her into the soul space without any explanation. He told the little angel and the others to take good care of her and then continued to walk inside. In the dark prison, the huge iron gate separated the space into dozens of cells. However, these cells were all empty. There were no residents in them. The air was still very fresh. Although there were rules of energy attached to the iron gate and the walls of the prison, those rules only prevented people from getting close. They didn't stop the extension of consciousness and divine soul. This was probably why the person inside could find him. No, it should be using its consciousness and divine soul to stare blankly at the sky. Otherwise, it wouldn't be so lucky to bump into him. "Min, you guys stay here and help me keep watch. Get ready to run. Siu, you stay here too. Yuanji, come with me," Yun Nuashing said softly to the few of them. Although they had made sufficient preparations, they still had to be a little cautious. In case they really fell into some kind of trap, they had to try their best to avoid being completely wiped out. The deeper they went, the brighter the space became. Some ice appeared around them. It spread out from the walls and the ground and froze the iron gate. It was obviously a sealed space, but Yun Nuashing and Feng Qinghuang felt as if a gust of cold wind was blowing in their faces. They stretched out their hands to feel carefully, but they couldn't feel anything at all. "Lord Feng, there is a weak rule of energy in the ice. It's the same type as mine," Jing Yuanji whispered. Divine power, and divine power combined with ice," Yun Nuashing muttered. As he walked, he reached out to touch the ice. He could feel the extreme coldness coming from his fingers. It was a temperature that could freeze everything. Attached with the power of divine power, it could freeze a life form that hadn't reached the heavenly god realm. It doesn't seem to be naturally formed. It's probably some kind of defensive measure. Ice-type energy that has been combined with divine power, and divine power? The consciousness was no longer moving. It only left a guide to guide them to the deepest part. It seemed to be ready to welcome them. The ice inside was getting thicker and thicker, and the power of divine power it contained was increasing. Yun Nuashing and Jing Yuanji felt as if they were walking in an ice palace. The ice was full of flowing energy, flashing by like little elves in the ice. Gradually, there were even some small ice cubes in the air. They had to turn sideways to avoid touching the frozen air. The iron cages had become ice cages. They were also empty inside with only ice cubes. The feeling was not much different from walking under a glacier. There were towering ice walls on both sides, and the frozen corridor under their feet went all the way down. They didn't know where it ended. Just when Yun Nuashing couldn't help but want to break the ice cubes with a punch to change the scenery, the front suddenly came to an end. It was a completely frozen door. The door was made of ice, and there were obvious signs that someone had built it. However, that was a sign that someone had built it from the inside. The ice on the side facing them was still a block of ice. Through the transparent ice, they could vaguely see a figure inside. It was a little blurry, but they could roughly confirm that it was a woman. Yun Nuashing face-bombed. Well, that girl was right. Bah. After exchanging a glance with Jing Yuanji and nodding, Yun Nuashing took a deep breath, lifted his foot, and kicked down. Without any movement, he kicked a big hole in the ice without any sound. The two rushed into the ice palace side by side, and then they were stunned. This was a house made purely of ice. The tables, chairs, cabinets, bookshelves, and other furniture were all integrated with the ice on the ground. It was obvious that the person had spent a lot of effort to build such a house made of ice. However, when Yun Nuashing saw the chair for the first time, she couldn't help but think it should be stuck to the chair, right? If there was no accident, the person who had built all this was probably the figure sitting on the ice bed. She slowly turned her body sideways. Her beautiful face had an expression as calm as stagnant water. Her dark blue eyes were dull, and her long bluish-white hair was like the overlapping waves of the sea and glaciers. She was wearing a strange, translucent, bluish-white gauze dress, and her beautiful figure could be vaguely seen. Fine energy fragments floated around her body like a little angel. Pieces of snowflakes and ice crystals appeared half a foot around her, emitting a faint glow. Dandruff, Yun Nuashing, slapped her face to force her thoughts to stop. She couldn't help but smile bitterly, but this was really too similar. Chapter 1528. On one side of the ice palace, their eyes met. She sat in the dim light of the ice and snow. Her body was glowing with the light of ice and snow. She was surrounded by fine snowflakes and ice crystals. Those ice crystals appeared randomly, circled around her body, fell and disappeared randomly. She was like an ice fairy. She slowly turned around and faced Yun Nuashing and the others. She saw that he had a distressed expression and tilted her head in confusion. Yun Nuashing took a deep breath and adjusted his expression to look at the girl, or child, sitting on the ice bed. She looked about the same age as Siyu. At first glance, she looked like an ice fairy born from ice and snow. She looked very beautiful and cold with the dancing snowflakes. However, her face was not as cold and stiff as the lord of the divine court. She could even make a puzzled expression. Every single one of her features could be picked out and carefully examined. She should be like this, but her eyes were a pair of dull eyes. She could not capture the trajectory of the light. Moreover, it seemed to be caused by some kind of injury. It was not that she was born blind. After observing her for a while, Yun Nuashing walked to the ice bed and slowly bent down to the same level as her. She was also an Emperine god of origin, but she always gave people the feeling that she was a child who had not grown up. Perhaps it was because he had taken care of many children. He could feel that there was a slightly young and immature consciousness hidden in this mature body and soul. "Why did you call me here?" Yun Nuashing asked softly while keeping a suitable distance from her. She raised her head slightly and opened her mouth. He could clearly see that she was opening her mouth to say something, but she could not make a sound. She could not make a sound either from her soul or her consciousness. Yun Nuashing finally understood why she could only express her thoughts through some emotions, even though their consciousness was connected. She pointed at a wall. Yun Nuashing looked in that direction for a long time, but did not see anything. Just as he was feeling troubled, Jing Yuanji suddenly said, "You want us to take you away?" The fairy-like girl nodded lightly. Yun Nuashing was even more distressed upon hearing this. At this moment, the girls in his soul had already begun to talk about it, and they all agreed that he would definitely, absolutely, 100% kidnap the girl back home. God had pity on him, and he really did not have such a casual thought. He was not a human trafficker, and CU and the others had already grumbled about it countless times. Furthermore, he was not the one who wanted to bring the girl back home. Wasn't this a coincidence? Furthermore, he did not kidnap many people. Taking a closer look, there were already 5 girls living in the spiritual world. TSK, he suddenly felt that he had nothing to refute. At this moment, Yun Nuashing suddenly felt the icy girl's gaze on him. She opened her mouth slightly, and a tremor came from his consciousness, causing Yun Nuashing's eyes to flicker. You can open that place. In exchange, you want me to take you out. After a strenuous exchange, Yun Nuashing suddenly felt a headache. At this moment, his mind was spinning. Which was simpler and more straightforward, to just go on a killing spree, or to just take the little beauty away? When Jing Yuanji saw Yun Nuashing's anxious and dumbfounded look, her eyes flickered slightly. She gently pulled his hand and said, Master Feng, if you want to place the little pillar of creation, it should be in a rather stable environment. That's the case before it's completely settled down. Once the void node is formed, it won't be affected. It's not easy to find a safe place to set up a shelter in the middle of a storm. No matter what, we have to wait for the wind to stop, or at least the wind to be a little weaker, right? Yun Nuashing answered subconsciously. However, he was stunned after saying this. This was equivalent to him saying the answer out loud. It was like a slap to his own face. However, he still did not give up and continued to look for other ways, such as sealing off the area or something. However, just as he had this thought, his consciousness told him that it was not feasible. What could he do? He could not find a way. If he tried, he would attract attention from all directions. Even though their infiltration was rather smooth, in reality, in front of the castle, in the surrounding void, and on the floating islands in the sky, there were many powerful beings guarding them. They were all mid-tier and high-tier origins, and there were even 2 at the peak of origins. It was unknown if they had really broken into someone's forbidden area. What do you want me to take you out for? After repeated guesses, the answer gradually became clear. In short, they just wanted to go out. They did not say where they were going. It seemed that as long as they left this place, it would be enough. Jing Yuanji's gaze swept over the 2 of them. She could feel the flow of consciousness between the 2 of them. They were probably communicating with each other in some other way. After a while, she tugged at the hesitant Yun Nuashing and said, Lord Feng, we shouldn't stay here for too long. It's just one person anyway. If you feel embarrassed, I'll help you bring them along. Yun Nuashing looked at her with a face full of myocardial infarction. It's not that I'm embarrassed. It's just that my maids at home are going to bombard me again. They're going to say that I'm kidnapping a girl, and I'm going to open that something else. Jing Yuanji saw Lord Feng's bitter expression and did not know whether to laugh or cry. After thinking about it, she felt that it would be better to keep quiet about this matter, so she really shut her mouth. Buzz buzz. A faint flicker of consciousness told Yun Nuashing that someone would be coming at this time. There was a hint of reminder in her voice. She herself did not seem to be in a hurry. Yun Nuashing rolled her eyes for a few seconds. Then she suddenly let out a long breath. She nodded as if she had accepted her fate and put one hand on her waist. All right, I won't argue with you anymore. I'll bring you out. But let's make an agreement. You can't cause trouble and you can't run around. If there's a situation, you have to tell us immediately. We also have things to do. If you want to do something, you have to wait for us to finish our things first. Well, unless it's something urgent, if you agree, I'll bring you out. The young girl's eyes gently blinked. After a moment, she pulled up a faint smile and nodded lightly. After agreeing, she quickly turned over and got off the bed. From the layer of ice under the bed, she took out an ice sculpture. That ice sculpture still contained her breath. After she placed the ice sculpture on the bed, she obediently stood beside Yun Nuashing. She was so skilled that Yun Nuashing and Jing Yuanji were stunned. Seeing her sitting pitifully on the bed, they thought that this girl couldn't see, speak, or even move. Now it seemed that she had done that set of actions just now so smoothly. That's right, the obstructing breath in the cave also seemed to be from this young girl. She probably didn't run out of the cave with her bare hands. Yun Nuashing glanced at the ice elf with a strange look. She was stunned. She suddenly thought of something and put her hand into her collar. She took out a long ice chain and handed it to Yun Nuashing. The other end of the ice chain was tied to her neck. Wow. Yun Nuashing was stunned. She quickly waved her hand and was about to break the ice chain when she suddenly felt that the ice chain was attached to an energy with a weak consciousness that did not belong to the girl. If she broke it casually, the people on the other side would probably sense it immediately. The secret infiltration would probably turn into a battle between the first star of the divine court and the guests from another world. The point was that if he took the ice chain, the spiritual world would explode. At this moment, the girls who were watching the fun were already whispering, No, this is too conspicuous. You don't need this. I'll help you untie it when we get out. Yuanji, help her put it away. We're going out. Yun Nuashing shook her head vigorously. After Jing Yuanji helped her put the ice chain back into her clothes, Yun Nuashing bent down and carried her on his back. Her naked body was as light as a snowflake. When Yun Nuashing carried her, he was stunned. He instinctively felt that the person he was carrying was a little abnormal. His expression went from a tsunami to an earthquake to a volcanic eruption in an instant, and then to a calm expression in an instant. The sixth one. My luck has been completely used up. Lord Phone, what did you say? Jing Yuanji did not hear the muttering clearly and could not help but ask. Nothing. Let's go. Yun Nuashing shook his head. He carried the girl on his back and waited for her to grab his shoulder firmly before he said goodbye to Jing Yuanji and hurriedly ran out of the ice prison. Min, Qingyu, and the others, who were waiting at the edge of the prison with the door open, were not very surprised to see Yun Nuashing come back with another person. What they said previously indicated that there was a person inside, but this, carrying a girl with long bluish-white hair that was almost dragging on the ground while being carried, was something they never expected. Let's go. Let's hurry up and leave. Someone is about to come. Yun Nuashing shook his head and led the way out of the void hole. After everyone had filed out, he hurriedly rushed to the designated place. Fengling, her aura is not right. She doesn't seem like a living person. Min's voice echoed softly in his ears. Yun Nuashing raised his head slightly and blocked the soul seeds of others. He replied, Yes, but there's no problem. She is indeed a person, a life. Let's ignore her for the time being and settle the void node. We'll talk about this when we have time. I can suppress her if anything happens. Min nodded when he heard this and did not say anything else. On the other side of the snow-white fortress, there was a 10-meter-wide pass between two snow-capped mountains. A looming huge energy rune floated out of the space. It seemed to be some kind of seal. Dozens of energy threads extended from the energy rune and connected to the snow-capped mountains on both sides, blocking the pass like a gate. The girl reached out her hand and wrote something on Yun Nuashing's shoulder. He slowly said what she wrote word by word. This is the resting place of the dead warriors of the divine court, the bloodline seal of the dead warriors, the resting place. Other ways to break it will be broken. Everyone let out a long sigh. So it was this kind of seal. No wonder they had to deal with it carefully. They had hundreds of ways to get rid of this seal, which was not particularly powerful. But if they wanted to get rid of it without disturbing the seal, how could they do it when the seal was not paying attention? After knowing what kind of seal it was, Yun Nuashing had a way to break it. It was not particularly difficult to break it without disturbing the seal or the person who set it up. It was just a little troublesome. It would take dozens of barriers to block it. Seeing that the ice and snow girl seemed to have a way, he did not have to waste too much effort. The young girl lightly jumped down from Yun Nuashing's back. Her jade-like hand drew a line on her fingertip and pulled out a small wound. A drop of blood with specks of white in it shot out from her fingertip and landed on the seal. A red that suddenly appeared and from that red dot the seal began to slowly fade away, like snow melting away. Yun Nuashing and the others all looked at the girl again. It seemed that she had some status in the divine court. No, she was even a member of the main bloodline. But this doesn't seem to make sense. She has the bloodline of someone in the divine court? Yun Nuashing frowned, his heart filled with suspicion. How could she have such a thing as a bloodline? But before he could think clearly, she had already brought a gust of cold wind to his side. Her soft little hand naturally rested on his shoulder, as if she had already gotten used to it in an instant. It was useless to think about it now. Yun Nuashing nodded and cast a barrier here out of worry. Then he rushed into the land of rest with his people. When one first heard of the term resting place, one would probably see a scene like this. In the middle of a snowy mountain, there was a divine mausoleum covered in white snow. There were hundreds of thousands of monuments engraved with achievements lined up one after another. They had been frozen for countless years, and even though they had already passed away, they still had an immortal aura. Anyone who came here would instantly fall silent. But in fact, Yun Nuashing and the others only saw a big pit. It was a pit of ice and snow with a radius of thousands of miles. From the edge to the center, the ice clouds and snow in the sky seemed to be gathering here from all directions with this big pit as the center. The atmosphere was a little depressing. There was also a faint tranquility gathering here, which seemed to match the saying of the land of rest. Walking to the edge of the ice pit, Yun Nuashing put the girl down and handed her to Qingyu. Then the whole family in the soul all jumped out at this moment. They were so fast that Siyu ran so fast that one of her shoes flew off. She looked like she was fleeing for her life. Although every time I set up the small pillar of creation, my soul will forget it. Yun Nuashing rolled his eyes at the girls and didn't finish a sentence. Siyu and the others were chatting with the ice girl and didn't have time to pay attention to him. Yun Nuashing jumped into the middle of the ice pit. He reached out and touched his back a few times. The energy in his body condensed, and soon a huge black pillar appeared out of thin air. The huge pillar was an illusion. Even when it swept past the edge of the ice pit, it didn't feel like it had touched anything. Even when it swept past Ning Fei, Min, and the others, they didn't feel anything. Gu Zhongming touched his own body. Did that thing just pass through my body? Yuan Kong nodded. Calm down, calm down. We have already been scared once. The second time will be fine. Although it was indeed very scary to see such a huge pillar sweep past us. Ning Fei's face twitched. That wasn't just scary. He almost jumped out. Boom! With a dull sound, Yun Nuashing pressed the small pillar of creation into the bottom of the ice pit, and the hidden space opened up, imprinting the space within a radius of 1,000 miles into the hidden space. The group of people behind only felt that their bodies had passed through a layer of something, and then in an instant the feeling of tranquility and solemnity disappeared. They raised their heads again, and in front of them was still the ice field, but there were no icebergs or clouds in sight. There was only a pillar that was more than 10,000 miles tall standing in front of them, and there were dozens of extremely complicated types of energy gradually circulating inside it. He circled the small pillar of creation twice to check its condition. He checked the situation of this space and void. When he found that there were no problems, he gave everyone a thumbs up. No problem. We can move on to the next one. Next one? Is there more on this star? Qingyu asked softly. There shouldn't be any, but... He looked at the pillar and shrugged helplessly. When I finished it, I found that this void node can't be set up with just one small pillar of creation. The reason is that there are void order, energy, rules, and other reasons. In short, we need to set up 2 more locations. Well, it has already chosen its own location. I know the location. We just need to go over and set it up. I expected this. Overlapping space created by the rules of the void. Just one fulcrum is not enough. We need at least 3. Yun Nuashing let out a long sigh of relief. He returned to the group and looked around. After confirming that there were no problems, he bent down and carried the girl on his back. When Siyu and the other girls finished talking, he put them away. Then he ran back to where he came from. Go Zhongming followed, closely behind with his hands behind his head. He turned around and looked at the huge pillar. He couldn't help but say, Ning Fei, that thing is really spectacular. Speaking of which, we spent so much effort to come in, but it was done in an instant. You don't understand. Ning Fei shook his head. Of course, I don't understand either. This is the work of the big boss. We just need to watch from the side. When necessary, we will be on the lookout. Then we will cheer like a cheerleader. Go Zhongming thought so too. At this time, in the ice prison of the castle, an old man with white hair and a gray robe led a group of people into the ice prison. A group of people who looked like guards behind him walked forward. They raised wooden sticks with glowing crystals tied to them to illuminate the dark ice prison. They stood on both sides, silently and motionlessly. The old man walked quickly into the depths of the ice prison. Before he reached the place where the ice appeared, he suddenly stopped. His deep eyes narrowed slightly. He suddenly lowered his head and picked up a piece of ice that was only the size of a fingernail from the ground. His old eyes suddenly widened slightly. He ran into the depths of the ice prison and shouted, Everyone be alert! Seal the ice prison! The soldiers raised their torches. Their sharp eyes swept across the area. The next second, the torches in their hands trembled and turned into glowing spears. A series of seals appeared from the place where they came from, sealing the space layer by layer. The old man rushed to the deepest part of the ice palace. He felt that the breath was still there. Only then did he breathe a sigh of relief. But then he felt that something was wrong. He knocked on the ice door a few times and asked tentatively, Shuang shuang. After waiting for a few minutes, the old man did not get a response. He frowned and gently pushed the ice door open. In a room of ice and snow, there was an ice sculpture on the bed. It was exactly the same as her appearance. His old face twitched slightly. The captain of the guards quickly ran behind him and knelt on one knee. He reported, Sixth ancestor, the ice prison has been completely sealed. Should we, He saw the old man waving his hand and suddenly turned around. The captain of the guards also took the time to look into the room. At a glance, he knew that the lady had run out again. Suddenly his face twitched. He did not know how many times she had sneaked out from this place, but every time no one knew. Every time she could still sneak out. Originally, he thought that this time he could trap her for a while longer. Your subordinate has been negligent. Don't be negligent. The old man sighed. Hurry up and bring people to find her before she goes too far. If she leaves for too long, her form will collapse. By then, it will be useless to say anything. Chapter 1529. On the vast snowfield, it was rare for the wind and snow to stop. A group of people walked unhurriedly on the snowfield, leaving only Yun Nuashing's footprints. After walking for about 10,000 steps, Yun Nuashing suddenly waved his hand and stopped. The obvious footprints did not disappear because he stopped. Instead, the footprints suddenly changed direction and went to the other side of the snow mountain. It was as if there was an invisible person who continued to walk in front of them. After flashing for some distance in the snowfield, Yun Nuashing looked at the girl on his back and said, Okay, the footprints have been arranged. But can this kind of thing really be used to confuse others? The snow-white girl nodded and struggled to communicate with Yun Nuashing. Then he repeated, Because it's difficult to move, so we left a trail of footprints. Oh, I understand. This way we won't be suspected. She nodded and continued to write and draw on Yun Nuashing's shoulder. It's almost time. Someone will come. After communicating for a while, Yun Nuashing roughly understood the situation. The girl had a strong power in her body, but her body was not as agile as it looked. When they first met, Her set of movements to escape was the most difficult movement she could do. Every time she ran out of the snowfield, she had to walk step by step. However, the best result was that she was caught after staying in the snowfield for the longest time. Most of the time, she got lost in the snowfield, fell into snow pits, and fell into glaciers. Without exception, she could only stay in the same place and wait for rescue. She could not remember how many times she had run out of the snowfield. Yun Nuashing and the others smiled bitterly. They did not know whether to say that the girl was a little willful or that she was very persevering. Although perseverance seemed to be used in some strange places, it was understandable that a girl who had been imprisoned for years stubbornly wanted to run out. Just like Yuer, who was trapped for more than 10 years and was released, she looked like she had gone crazy. God knows how long this girl had been trapped for. As for the reason why she was locked there, Yun Nuashing did not ask. She did not seem to want to talk about it either. Just like that, they tacitly suppressed the topic in the cradle. At this time, her little hand continued to draw on Yun Nuashing's shoulder. I want to see the outside world. Yun Nuashing let out a long sigh of relief. All right. I'll take you to see the outside world. After all, we've agreed that you'll open the door for us, and I'll take you out to play until you want to come back when you're tired. An ear-piercing alarm suddenly resounded across the snowy plains. The shrill sound, accompanied by energy vibrations, reverberated through the entire snowy plains. Amidst this ear-piercing sound, beams of energy shot straight up into the sky. A large amount of aura appeared in the snowy plains, shrouding the entire sky under this layer of energy. Then, like a wave, it swept in all directions. One figure after another was awakened by the alarm and immediately soared into the sky. We've been discovered. Yun Nuashing nodded leisurely when she sensed the words the girl had written on her back. I know even without you telling me. Hold on tight, we're running. The two peak reciprocity figures did not plan on moving. It was impossible for them to be discovered with just the energy fluctuations. However, even if the two of them came together, they would not be able to discover them. Yun Nuashing glanced at the people who had shot into the sky before turning around and teleporting away with everyone. What? She's gone? The white-haired sixth forefather was a little confused when he heard the captain's report. Glaciers, ice caverns, snowy valleys. You've searched all of those places? The captain smiled bitterly and nodded. We found her tracks, but they suddenly disappeared halfway. Looking at the direction she went, she should have gone to the land of snowfall. However, we've searched that place and asked people, but we couldn't find any trace of Miss Shuang. Just in case, we even searched a few important places. We even used energy fluctuations to check the entire snowy plains. But the vast snowy plains, the sixth forefather frowned as he listened. His hand grabbed his beard and was stunned for a long time. His face was full of doubt. She has run out so many times, but she has never left the snowy plains. Her body should not be able to mobilize energy to support her escape. Just in case, take some people to other spaces to search. The captain cupped his hands and was about to leave when the sixth forefather suddenly thought of something and said, By the way, the ruins are about to open. There will be many outsiders. Don't make a big move to avoid other people's guesses and suspicions. If Shuang really accidentally activated her power and ran out, it will be troublesome if other people see her true nature. Understood. The sixth ancestor frowned as he watched the guard captain leave. He was silent for a long time before he heaved a long sigh. Once the ice leaves the snowfield, I'm afraid it will melt faster. But the first star is so big, and there are so many outsiders at this time. I'm afraid he can't find the girl in time with his strength alone. Looks like it's time to let those annoying fellows do some exercise. The sixth forefather sighed and stepped out of the castle with his hands behind his back. His soul called out to some people. Second brother, third brother, fourth brother, Shuang is lost. She has left the snowy plains. Pay attention to your area. If there is nothing else, please help to look for her. At this moment, in a desert covered in yellow sand, Yun Nuashing and the others had a round object in their hands or beside them that seemed to be woven from a formation. It was releasing light, guiding them forward in this desert. In the Gobi Desert ahead, there was a group of people riding strange beasts that seemed to be a mix of camels and horses. They moved forward at a moderate pace. There were rows of sparse, short plants on the yellow sand. The green had already been washed away by the wind and sand. After crossing the short mountain in front of them, spots of white appeared on the ground ahead. It made Yun Nuashing suddenly think of the wilderness of Heaven Wasteland. Phew! How is it? Is there any response from the energy sensing? Yun Nuashing's breath turned into frost. His body was covered with a layer of faint blue light. The air around him was so cold that even the scorching sun in the sky could not dispel the cold air he released. Such a cold situation was obviously inconsistent with the Gobi Desert under the scorching sun. Siyu moved closer to him and said that she could not stand the cold. It was a completely different degree of cold from the snowy plains just now. That was cold on the body, but the coldness he released came from his soul. Ning Fei looked at the magic circle with his head and shook his head. There is no response. There was a little response not long ago, but there is no response at all here. This wilderness is the same as the snowy plains just now. Half of it is open, and the other half is the territory of the Divine Court. It is probably equivalent to the frontier forces stationed here. Go Zhongming held the ball and swung it around. After all, this was the first star. Even if the headquarters of the Divine Court were not here, it was impossible that they did not leave any forces here. He walked around for a while and suddenly thought of something. In that case, we can go directly to their forbidden place. Since the places where the void nodes are set up are mostly places where the void, rules, and energy gather, this treasure land will not be left unutilized casually, just like the resting place in the snowy plains. Ning Fei tapped his palm. That makes sense. If we go there, this way I still remember. Yun Nuashing looked back at the girl who was looking around with her little head on his shoulder. He was relieved to see that she was in good condition. This was the first time he had to deal with this kind of problem, although there was no problem in theory. Who knew if the reality would cause him trouble? Now everything seemed normal. She might not have noticed anything and had no time to do so. She was busy using her eyes to see this world that was completely different from the snowy plains. She was probably too busy. He also had to carefully conceal the sensing energy she emitted. Little star, why do you keep releasing the air conditioner? Siyu habitually moved closer to him and asked. Then she shivered from the cold and hurriedly retreated a distance away. Jing Yuanji heard the question and glanced at the girl who was as cold as ice. Probably because of her? Oh, you can see it? Yun Nuashing tilted his head and looked at her. Jing Yuanji blinked. She did not shake her head or nod. I can see that there is something a little unusual about her, but it seems to be shrouded in a layer of fog. I can't quite understand it. Lord Feng, do you know what's going on with her? Yes, of course I know. Yun Nuashing nodded matter-of-factly. Seeing that they all turned their heads with interest, he smiled and kept them in suspense. But I won't tell you. By the way, if Yuanji can't see it at once, then I'll be relieved. Jing Yuanji touched her long hair in confusion. She did not understand. Siyu kept asking, but Yun Nuashing refused to say anything. She could not do anything about it. However, his refusal to say anything made them even more curious. I can't tell you now. I'll tell you when the time is right. Don't worry, it won't be too far off. Yun Nuashing spat a mouthful of white frost at Siyu and said with a smile, Aren't we going to the war ruins this time? I was thinking of bringing her along. It'll be a good time to deal with her problem. Dao Heaven could not help but mutter, Here it comes again. Another one. Yun Nuashing. What a late familiar phrase. Did this girl really count everyone who was close to him? It's strange. The guards have increased a lot. There's still some distance between here and the camp. Usually, there wouldn't be such a tight security. Ning Fei scratched his head and looked back at Yun Nuashing. He suddenly realized that they had kidnapped someone from another family. He did not know what position this girl had in the divine court. Even the other spaces had mobilized their forces to look for her so quickly. But why was she trapped in that dark place with such a high position? Yun Nuashing was worried and strengthened the order and energy of the barrier. Even Min could not bear to see it. You don't need to do this. It's more than enough to guard against Yuanshi. Hey, you kidnapped someone in someone else's house and swaggered around in someone else's territory. I'm very suspicious. It's better to put on a few more layers of protection to be safe. Yun Nuashing smiled faintly. Feng Qinghuang pressed on the soft barriers and said, "But there are almost 1,000 barriers here." "Ha ha ha, don't worry about these details." Siyu watched as a group of armored soldiers gathered in this wasteland and rushed out from a few meters in front of them. Then they scattered in all directions. One of the soldiers turned half a circle on the spot and flew towards them. He was flying so slowly that he almost touched their faces. See, you still had the interest to make a face at that soldier. They followed the direction of the soldiers and soon arrived at the place where the soldiers were stationed. A huge energy barrier shrouded the desert with a radius of thousands of miles. Tents that looked like Mongolian yurts were erected on the barren land in an orderly manner, like a military camp. They happened to see a group of soldiers who were ready to go soar into the sky from the military camp and fly towards the desert. Then they scattered in all directions. They sneaked into the barrier. As soon as they entered, they felt the movement of the formation balls. Without any instructions, they all flew towards the same place. Soon they arrived at an oasis. It was a lake in the desert that spanned thousands of miles. It was so clear that it could reflect the blue sky. There seemed to be something under the lake, but it was someone else's plaything. Yun Nuashing was not interested in it. He only came here to set up the small pillar of creation. He was not interested in what was hidden in the celestial court. Before putting down the snow girl, Yun Nuashing made a snowball the size of a wash basin and gave to her. It contained a huge amount of the power of rule. He reminded her to hold it well before heading to the center of the oasis. Buzz! After setting up the small pillar of creation here in the same way, Yun Nuashing had just returned to everyone's side when he heard an ear-piercing alarm suddenly ring out in this desert, causing everyone to be stunned. Outsiders have invaded the celestial court. All troops assemble. A rough voice resounded through the desert. Yun Nuashing and the others were still stunned when they saw a group of figures rushing towards them from the military camp not far away. In an instant, they surrounded the oasis. A murderous aura swept across the desert. If they were surrounded by a group of Empyrean gods of origin, Yun Nuashing might feel that it was very impressive. However, this group of Empyrean gods of origin was just a group of Empyrean gods of origin. It was not a big deal. It's not a big deal. Don't worry. We'll just walk over. Yun Nuashing carried the girl on his back and ignored the group of people. As he left, he saw a figure wrapped in armor and wearing a helmet with some kind of symbol walk to the front of the oasis. However, in just a short while, they had already slipped away. The man in armor walked to the front of the oasis and scanned the surroundings with his eagle-like eyes. However, he did not see anything. He could not help but frown. Before he could say anything, a soldier walked up and reported, "General, when we arrived, this place was already like this. There's definitely no one who has left, but there's no one here." The general let out a long sigh of relief. He scanned the oasis with his powerful spirit and confirmed that there was not a single soul in sight. He waved his hand in confusion. "We've all assembled. Go out and find Miss Shuang." "Yes, sir." As soon as a ferocious response was heard, the group of people who had surrounded the oasis so tightly that not even a drop of water could trickle through immediately dispersed and disappeared in an instant. The general looked at the oasis with one hand on his waist. After a while, he turned around and was about to leave. Suddenly, he saw something and squinted his eyes. He squatted down and picked up a thumb-sized ice crystal from the yellow soil. His eyes trembled. "What's going on? That little girl came here? But I really didn't see anyone just now. That little girl can't even control her own body. She can't hide herself." The general narrowed his eyes and stared at the ice crystal in his hand. After a while, he gently rubbed the ice crystal into water droplets and dissipated. He muttered. Sixth brother said that the little girl might be able to control her own power. However, it seems that she still can't control it well. If it's teleportation when she can't control her own body, she will definitely be teleported to a place where the energy is concentrated. She might have accidentally teleported to this oasis and was intercepted by the slightly chaotic energy here. That's probably what caused the alarm. Where did she go? The general pondered for a moment and waved his hand. Second brother, third brother, seventh brother, the little girl might have found a way to teleport. Given her nature, once she has mastered this kind of power, we won't be able to catch her from the realm. We can only wait for her to appear. She just appeared here for a while and probably teleported away by now. Pay attention to the places where the energy is concentrated in your area. She might appear there. Sixth brother, tell sixth brother and sixth brother. Although his guess was a little off, it just so happened that he hit the key point of places where the energy is concentrated. Yun Nuashing and the others happened to be heading to such a place. When this information was sent out, the defenses of the first star celestial court increased by a few notches. Those directly under the celestial court were sealed by layers of spatial barriers that only allowed people to enter and not leave. The power contained within the barriers could prevent people from teleporting away. On another continent that was engulfed in a sea of fire, Yun Nuashing and the others stood on top of a mountain peak above a sea of magma. They looked at the area covered by layers of tortoise shells 100 miles away and could not help but twitch their cheeks. Those guys reacted too quickly. I just appeared there once, and they already set up defenses. Look at what this is. Spatial trapping barrier, void lock barrier, spatial barrier that restricts teleportation, and those few that will trigger the entire area if there's any abnormal spatial energy flowing. That's for external use, right? Is this something a human would do? That's right. Only a human would do something like this. Feng Qinhuang could not help but let out a dry laugh. She ran her fingers through her hair and said, "Could it be that the moment you appeared, little star's aura leaked out as well, so God knows what they're thinking? But let's just assume that for now." As Yun Nuashing spoke, she breathed out a large amount of frosty air from her mouth and nose. It was as if a ball of frost was being sprayed towards Feng Qinhuang. It made her feel as if she was brushing against the face of the ice. In this scorching world of fire, Yun Nuashing mobilized an even greater amount of frosty air and the power of the natural order to cover her body. It was as if the girl on her back was really a snowman. She tried her best to lower the temperature of her body so that she would not melt in the heat. "What do you say? Should we continue to sneak in?" Min asked. "There's no other way. We can't just break in directly." Yun Nuashing let out a long sigh of relief. "Don't worry. This level is still within the acceptable range. Let's go." The security was much tighter. Both sides had wrapped themselves in a tight turtle shell. Yun Nuashing almost used her observer form. However, the infiltration this time was still quite smooth, until they saw that there were tens of thousands of people surrounding the magma pool. Even with Yun Nuashing's composure, she could not help but want to curse. Siyu saw it and exclaimed, "Wow, ambush from all sides." Yun Nuashing's face darkened. Over there were still 2 peak origin level experts guarding this place. How were they going to play this game? Chapter 1530. Yun Nuashing did not think that these people knew why they were here. The hiding place of the Pillar of Creation was the same as the Pillar of Creation in the Divine Realm. Without special methods, even the primeval god might not be able to get in. At that level, the most he could do was to see the existence of the pillar of creation secretly. It was unlikely that he would be able to do anything to the pillar of creation. Regardless of the cause and effect, it was a fact that tens of thousands of soldiers had gathered at the lava pool and 2 peak reciprocity realm cultivators. Therefore, it was not a good idea to rush out recklessly. Tens of thousands of soldiers. Anyway, Yun Nuashing brought people to the lava pool. She handed the ice girl to Siyu and asked her to carry 2 large snowballs to keep her cold. The ice girl was shivering from the cold. Although there are many soldiers with me, their quality is not that high compared to me. I can control them in an instant. As for those 2 who are ready to enter the void, Qinghuang, come back. Don't wander around in front of them. Feng Qinghuang stuck out her tongue and ran back in front of a soldier. With Yun Nuashing's countless barriers, she was like an invisible person. No matter how she wandered, she would not be noticed. Little star, have you thought about how to deal with them? Yun Nuashing crossed her arms and pondered. After pacing around for about a minute, she nodded. Come over here. Min, come over here. You too. I will give you a divine artifact. Yuan Ji, help me create a false space. Divine artifact? Min and Gu Zhongming went over curiously. They saw Yun Nuashing fumbling around in his pendant for a while. Suddenly, he threw a golden object to them. When they reached out to catch the golden light, their expressions changed. They hurriedly controlled their bodies. Both of their hands suddenly sank down, pouring more power into the void. They didn't break the ground. Damn, this thing is too heavy. Ning Fei had to use all his strength to hold the divine artifact steadily. His face was a little pale. Min weighed the object in his hand and nodded. It's very heavy. I will add more strength. Then, as she tossed the weapon in her hand, she cast a bunch of blessings that could stimulate one's mind. The weapon, which was already shining with a golden light, was now tainted with the power of the void. Qing Yu silently took a few steps to the side and subtly put some distance between them. Come, my plan is that you 2 deal with the one on the left. Min, you deal with the one on the right. I will control the tens of thousands of soldiers. Yun Nuashing looked around and finally fixed her eyes on Min. Don't add more strength. I asked you to knock him out, not kill him. Don't worry, I know what to do. Then, let's get into position. Yun Nuashing waved her hand. Gu Zhongming and Ning Fei held the items in their hands and stood before the peak reciprocity expert. They held the items in their hands and looked around. They wondered how they could be more direct. Min raised the divine artifact that gave off a terrifying presence and had become even more terrifying after being strengthened by the power of the void. He aimed it at the back of the other peak reciprocity expert's head. The 3 of them looked at Yun Nuashing and nodded gently. Yun Nuashing suddenly hovered half a foot above the ground. Her body shone with a pure, golden light as a vortex of time suddenly bloomed with her at the center. Midnight, temporal displacement. A ring of golden energy was released in that moment and swept out in all directions. The energy barrier was immediately removed as well. He suddenly descended with a tidal wave of time. No one noticed that everything in the world had fallen silent. The several tens of thousands of soldiers were all frozen in that moment. Their expressions, movements, breathing, and trembling weapons were all frozen. The 2 peak reciprocity gods were frozen in that moment as well. However, they were powerful enough for them to recover in a short amount of time. Yun Nuashing released her control over them before they could recover, just so she could make them fall into a momentary trance. Hi, good evening. The heavenly origin god had just realized that something was wrong with the world when he suddenly heard a voice. He abruptly raised his head, only to see a basin-sized brick enshrouded in golden light rapidly growing larger and larger in his field of vision. Clang! Siyu and the other maidservants, who were still inside the barrier, closed their eyes when they heard the sound of metal clashing. That sound was like iron being struck right next to their ears. They felt as if they were the ones being hit by a brick instead of him. It was so scary. Caught off guard, the Empyrean god of origin was hit squarely in the face by a brick made of some unknown material. Before the Empyrean god of origin could recover from the moment of temporal dislocation, he fell into another bout of dizziness. However, he was already mobilizing his divine right and divinity to stabilize his divine soul. Before he could complete these steps, however, he heard a violent commotion that sounded like a meteor crashing into him from behind. "Go to sleep already." Gu Zhongming suddenly attacked from behind him, viciously smashing a brick towards the back of his head. The unlucky person who had already felt the world spinning around him felt like his head was about to split open under the attack of the brick that had been added to his soul and mind. However, he was still at the peak of reciprocity after all, at the 9th heavenly layer of reciprocity. Even if two people at the 8th heavenly layer of reciprocity wielded a god artifact, they would not be able to knock him over instantly. His many years of experience allowed him to make the best battle preparations in the instant he became delirious. He put on a good expression on his stiff face and glared at Ning Fei Yu. Ning Fei and Gu Zhongming's hearts skipped a beat. After their first attack failed, the same thought popped into their minds. The two of them roared angrily and smashed the heavy brick into the heavenly god of origin again. "You're going to shit." Bang! "Don't look, don't look." Jing Yuanji hurriedly covered Siyu and Feng Qinghuang's eyes when she saw such a brutal scene. Children shouldn't watch such a bloody scene. Siyu and Feng Qinghuang both stuck out their tongues. They had seen far worse scenes in the past few years. The unlucky heavenly origin god didn't even get a chance to finish his sentence before he was struck by 2 more bricks, causing his eyes to roll back into his head. He swayed unsteadily, and just as he was about to faint, Min leaped over from the side and delivered another blow, causing him to completely pass out. Phew, that was such a close call. Gu Zhongming let out a sigh of relief. A peak heavenly god of origin sure has a tough head. Min's face twitched, and she said coldly, "Fix his posture. It's time to go back." Upon hearing this, the two of them turned to discover that the other heavenly origin god had already fainted, and his posture had been fixed in place by the power of the void, air. It was just that the huge bump on his head that was a little scary. The three of them fixed the unlucky peak heavenly god of origin like a puppet before returning to the army. Yun Nuashing set up the energy barrier again and dispelled the temporal dislocation. The army of heavenly gods returned to normal, but it was as if nothing had happened at all. After setting up the small pillar of creation in the fake space set up by Jing Yuanji, she dragged it into the real world and covered it with her concealment technique. Only then did Yun Nuashing let out a sigh of relief. "It's done, it's done. All we need to do now is throw everything into that fake space, and everything will be fine." As soon as she said that, the small pillar of creation suddenly became pure white. A region of space suddenly expanded with the pillar of creation's movements, enveloping the entire sky. 3 streaks of pure white energy suddenly shot into the sky from the first star of the divine court. They converged into a pillar of energy that no one could see and shot into the void, exploding into a huge ring of pure white energy. Many web-like energy veins appeared in the void, pointing in all directions. They dimmed very quickly, and only one of them did not dim immediately. It seemed to connect with something, and it gradually disappeared a while later. The second spatial node is done. Yun Nuashing clapped her hands. Even if the first star of the divine court explodes, there won't be any more problems. There's still some time before the ruins open. Should we continue setting up spatial nodes or wait for time to pass? Ning Fei asked from the side. Yun Nuashing shook her head. Let's not set up spatial nodes for now. Those points are all within this region of space. We've already set up a spatial node, and the locations of those nodes might change with the disturbance of this spatial node. They'll be pushed outwards by a certain distance. We need to wait for that region of space to calm down before we continue. As he said that, he carried the icy girl back onto his back. The group snuck out from there. Once they had left this place, they all let out a sigh of relief. Only then did Yun Nuashing find the time to say, "But there's nothing we can do right now. Let's find a place to rest and wait for the ruins to open." Nothing to do. Indeed, there was nothing to do. However, there were some things that needed to be dealt with depending on the situation. After leaving the continent covered in lava, Yun Nuashing and the others found a pavilion to rest. After settling everyone down, Yun Nuashing brought the icy girl to the cultivation room. Siyu and Feng Qinghuang, who followed behind him, couldn't help but exclaim when they saw him putting the girl on the bed. "Hey, little star, do you need me to keep a lookout for you?" Siyu giggled as she went over. Yun Nuashing knocked her head lightly. He took out the book of Epic and placed it on the icy girl. Only then did he realize that he had missed a question. "I haven't asked for your name yet." The girl was silent for a moment. She reached out and touched Yun Nuashing's palm. She gently wrote a word on his palm. "Frost." Yun Nuashing nodded. "My name is Fengling. You should know the condition of your body. I'll check it for you now. If you don't want to, you can shake your head." Frost hesitated for a moment. Suddenly, she looked at Yun Nuashing with her dull eyes and nodded hesitantly. Yun Nuashing let out a sigh of relief. He controlled the book of Epic to circle around Frost. He extended many energy threads to various parts of her body. His eyes were gradually dyed with pure white light. He carefully controlled the book of Epic to check her body. However, he didn't dare to explore too deeply. He only took a simple look and put the book of Epic away. He narrowed his eyes and murmured softly, "As expected, it's a flaw in this area. But logically speaking, it's very troublesome to repair it. I can only look at the war ruins." "Phew!" Yun Nuashing let out a long sigh. He waved his hand and threw a few ice cubes that contained the power of laws in every corner of the room. The temperature in the room instantly dropped. Siyu sneezed and quickly ran out. Yun Nuashing also got up and left. Seeing that Frost wanted to stand up as well, he quickly waved his hand and slowly pressed her back onto the bed. "We'll be next door and won't leave. If there's anything, just call me. Rest first. I'll take you out to play tomorrow." Frost thought for a moment and nodded. She obediently lay on the bed and didn't move. She looked like an ice sculpture. After closing the door, Yun Nuashing let out a sigh of relief again. When he turned around, he found that Jing Yuanji and the others were all waiting outside the door. Their orderly gazes startled Yun Nuashing. "What are you doing?" Jing Yuanji laughed awkwardly. She used Mei Mao to scan the closed door, and Yun Nuashing with concern. She whispered, "Because I'm a little concerned." It was indeed a little concerned. Yun Nuashing didn't know how to answer. He glanced at Jing Yuanji, waved his hand, and walked to the hall. He left a few layers of soundproof barriers and carefully shielded the wisp of consciousness that was entangled with him. Only then did he whisper about Frost's matter. "Well, all of you should have felt something strange about her." Yun Nuashing casually sat on the sofa and started talking. Other than Siyu and Feng Qinghuang, everyone nodded honestly. Frost's abnormality was too obvious. Apart from the two adorable little girls sitting at the bottom, everyone here was at least a heavenly god of origin. If they couldn't feel the abnormality in her body, they would have wasted their cultivation. "I know, but I can't see what's going on at all." Ge Zhongming spread his hands. "I've seen this kind of situation before. Life is entangled with the laws that make up the self. Her form is in a state of remaining complete and collapsing at any time. She has power but seems to be unable to control it. It's as if there's a contradiction between herself and herself. Her body and consciousness are separated. I have the same feeling. At first glance, I almost thought that two people were put together." Ning Fei also said, "From the perspective of the void, she doesn't seem to exist. Min looked at Yun Nuashing and said, "Well, if you can see this, actually, it's about the same. Anyone who sees this scene would have the same thought. Although I've not seen her type before, I've seen the same situation as her." Yun Nuashing scratched her hair and took a deep breath. She said softly, "Frost, she is an origin life. She is a life created by the origin of the world. She is a life created by the origin of the world." The atmosphere in the hall changed instantly. Siyu and Feng Qinghuang were still in a daze. The topic that was about to be discussed was beyond their comprehension. They could only put on a dazed expression. Among the others, Qing Yu and Dao Tian, who were special types, narrowed their eyes. They were a little dazed. Although this concept had never appeared in their minds before, it was not something that they could not imagine. The rest of the people who caused the atmosphere to become tense were Jing Yuanji, Min, Ning Fei, and Ge Zhongming. They all knew about this concept and probably had a lot of knowledge about it, so they understood in an instant. Origin life. Jing Yuanji was a little dazed. She suddenly widened her eyes and broke the atmosphere. "No, Master Feng Qinghuang, if she is an origin life with her laws and state, she should have been—" Yun Nuashing waved her hand to calm her down. "She is indeed an origin life. But as you can see, she is a little abnormal. She doesn't seem to be an origin life." "Man-made?" Min narrowed his eyes. "And she is an individual with a flaw." There was a pure white light surging in Yun Nuashing's eyes. "I have created an origin life for some reason. He is still alive and well. I just don't know where he went." "Ah, he was talking about Zero, a time life that was created with his own soul as the foundation. Man-made origin life has a lot of limitations. The one I created was also partly due to a coincidence. That is why he is still alive and well. But Frost, obviously, she did not encounter such a good coincidence." Jing Yuanji understood. Her eyelids drooped slightly. "Without a cradle, she can't continue to perfect her form. She can only stabilize at this stage. Also, it is probably because she was born later. She was originally a life of order, but she was forcefully transformed into an origin life. So even if she has a flaw, she will not be disintegrated by the laws of the void." When the word disintegrate was mentioned, Yun Nuashing's hand trembled slightly. He gritted his teeth and let out a long breath. The little angel felt his state of mind. She squatted down in his soul and touched the ground with her hand, trying to comfort him. She finally knew where his inexplicable sympathy and love for the girl came from. It was extremely difficult for an origin life to be born in the Deyuan realm. It was equivalent to fighting for the right to live with the void. It was not easy to fight for an origin life in the gap and the laws of the void, but it was only a peaceful place. To really live, it was not easy. Moreover, when the origin life was mentioned, this guy probably thought of Shi Xian and the two little girls who were space life. He had already seen the scene of the origin life being disintegrated by the laws of heaven and earth. He did not want to see it a second time. Lord Feng, Frost, was born, transformed from the origin life of the water element? Jing Yuanji asked Yun Nuashing. Yun Nuashing twirled her bangs as if she was talking to herself. Elemental power is rare in other worlds. At least this world doesn't have it. Then she belongs to the category of energy that is similar to the elemental power that constructs matter. Her structural laws have very serious problems. There are flaws, entanglement, and some of the laws have already collapsed but cannot be removed. Although I don't know which idiot did such an irresponsible thing, it is not completely impossible to solve. It is just a little troublesome. It can be solved. Yun Nuashing nodded. I have a certain degree of understanding of the origin life. Innate or acquired defects can be compensated to a certain extent, but we need a place with a huge amount of origin life's power. A huge amount of origin life's power. There is it in the war ruins. The world there is full of origin life's power, and it will open tomorrow. Go Zhongming knocked on his palm. So, we just need to endure until tomorrow. Yun Nuashing let out a long breath. Along the way, we carefully protected her with the energy of the water element. At present, the situation seems to be stable. Those people probably locked her in the ice palace for a similar purpose. There is also a lot of stable origin life's power there. Siyu listened for a long time, but did not understand a single sentence. At this time, she suddenly understood the last sentence. She raised her hand and said, "In short, keep the temperature low and don't let her melt." Everyone, Yun Nuashing, was speechless. However, looking at Shuang's appearance and the protective measures he had taken along the way, this description was indeed a little similar. It was just that when this girl said this, it was as if she had become a snowman. Chapter 1531. Due to the complexity and uniqueness of life forms born directly from world origin energy, the Void's own precepts had a hard time identifying such unusual life forms. It was like a black cloth covering something, and there was no way to tell what was hiding behind it. And the Void that belonged to Dumbo's kind would simply get rid of that thing along with the black cloth without any latent danger. But in reality, the origin life form was just a life form that had a mixture of Void rules and origin energy, twisting and mutating to follow another type of rules. But in reality, it was still the Void rules. It was just that the Void couldn't recognize it after changing its disguise. It automatically judged it as a foreign object and wanted to destroy it. It sounded simple, but that was the most difficult problem that the origin life forms had to face in their entire lives. They were not accepted by the Void, were not allowed to exist, and were defined as errors. They were born alone in a corner of the Void, unbeknownst to others, and would vanish without a trace when their cradle was broken. They had never existed. Yun Nuashing knew this very well. He could not help but want to pay attention to the characteristics of this kind of life form. He could not help but want to understand it. He would not crown their struggle for survival with other meanings and words. They were actually the same as them. All of them were just trying to survive. They were floating in the general trend of the Void, but their way of survival was not the same as theirs. Shi Xian's death in the past was a thorn in his heart. It was a scene of collapse and return that he had never seen before, the eternal exile of the origin life forms. It was so dazzling that he could not look at it directly, and it was even more dazzling and grand than the Empyrean god's funeral. It was completely unforgettable. He would never forget that most dazzling scene, carving that memory into the depths of his soul so that he would never forget how he felt then. It was the moment he hated and felt the most powerless. Now that he thought about it, that was probably one of the main reasons why he became increasingly deranged later on. If there was a chance, those words held no meaning. He would not be bound by the past and would not dream of changing that tragedy. He only thought that if he could meet life forms like them in the future, he would but what position did he have? What right did he have to forget it? He just wanted to do it. Whether it was to mend the crack in his heart or to project Shi Xian onto someone else, it was meaningless. He just wanted to do it and put it into action. The pair of dark blue eyes opened gently. Frost looked at the wooden ceiling with a warm color and was a little dazed. Her memory seemed to have stopped at the cold and lonely ice palace. When she opened her eyes, she could only see transparent blue ice. After being in a daze for a while, she slowly sat up and met a pair of black eyes. This was the third time she had looked into this pair of eyes. She was actually more familiar with his back. Yesterday, she had been running around on his back and had seen a lot of new things. It was wonderful. "You're awake," Yun Nuashing said softly. Shuang Qing nodded. Her jade-like hands propped herself up on the bed beside her and pressed into something soft like snow. She didn't need to turn her head to see that the bed she was lying on and the room was filled with snow-white energy balls that were about a foot wide. The slightly cold aura emitted from them made her feel very comfortable. She raised her head and called out his name to Yun Nuashing, but she couldn't make a sound. Yun Nuashing nodded, indicating that he heard clearly, and nodded. "It seems that you are still in good spirits. There is no problem. I was worried that you would become weak after leaving that ice palace." Get up. Let's go out. Hey, you too, come here. Didn't you want to come in? Yun Nuashing turned around and pushed Siyu and Feng Qinghuang forward from behind. The two girls saw that she woke up and smiled. They looked at each other for a while and then moved closer to her. After hearing about what happened to Frost in the hall, the two girls seemed to be closer to her. However, they felt a little awkward when they suddenly heard about it. So they had to drag Little Star along. Feng Qinghuang suddenly turned around and pushed Yun Nuashing out. Little Star, you go out first. We will tidy her up. Yun Nuashing rolled his eyes and walked out. He wanted to say that they would probably fight in the war site later. What was the point of tidying her up? However, if he said that, he would definitely get 3 pairs of eyes rolling. He didn't want to be slapped by them. It was a girl's nature to be beautiful. Speaking of this, he couldn't help but fall into deep thought. Xian and Feng are like to make him dress up. What kind of strange talent was that? Could it be that they liked to see others being beautiful? Could it be that this law also applied to him? And when he thought that the 3 girls were going to play for a while, the door opened from the inside. Siyu and Feng Qinghuang took Frost out. Siyu came to Yun Nuashing's side and whispered in his ear, Hey, what do you think? Yun Nuashing glanced at Frost. When he saw her in the ice prison yesterday, although she wasn't shabby or unkempt, she wasn't neat either. She relied on her own appearance to support her. Now, after the 2 girls tidied her up, she looked more dignified and beautiful. He nodded. Yes, very beautiful. What else? Yes, very cute. That's all. Pfft. Siyu rolled her eyes and patted him on the back. You put so much effort into dressing up, but you only said those perfunctory words. I'm not good with words. If you can get 1 more word out of my mouth, I lose. Yun Nuashing rolled his eyes and waved his hand as he walked towards the hall. As he walked, he said, You are all very beautiful whether you dress up or not. There's nothing wrong with it. Siyu laughed and let him go. She and Feng Qinghuang held Frost's hand and walked to the hall together. Early in the morning, Ning Fei and Go Zhongming had already walked around the city and asked for some information. They also found out the exact time when the war site would open. Quite a lot of people have come, although we already knew that there would be quite a lot of people heading to the war ruins. It seems like there are a lot more people this time. It is said that there are many people from hidden worlds that have never appeared before, but most of them are probably younger than us, or people of the same generation as us. Gu Zhongming was eating, but that didn't affect his speech at all. It is said that way. In fact, they are just a few thousand or 10,000 years younger than us. This world is just the length of a thread. There is not much difference. As for those who are younger than us, I think they will be involved. However, I don't think they will be involved in the circle of high-tier origins. Ning Fei said as he tidied up the table and poured a cup of tea for Yun Nuashing and the others. It's getting lively. Yun Nuashing raised his eyebrows and took a sip of tea. He let out a long sigh. Did something happen again? Or did someone know that something is going to happen? It's probably a coincidence, Go Zhongming replied. A few days ago, there was the matter of the spring of astral essence. Now, the war site has appeared again. It's just a coincidence. Yun Nuashing was enlightened. He had almost forgotten about the spring of astral essence. However, it was not a big deal. He had transferred the spring of astral essence to a world that he carried with him. It lived in a corner and became a part of the universe. He did not plan to use it for anything. That's not entirely true. Ning Fei shook his head. He held a cup of tea and pondered for a while. After taking a sip of tea, he said, Yesterday we heard that there was something stuck in the depths of the war site. That was why the abnormal power of the rules was exposed when the war site was about to open. Many people speculated that the thing stuck in the war site might be the source shard. Yun Nuashing stopped drinking his tea and lowered his head. Source shard? It's just a general statement. No one has seen what it is, and no one has confirmed whether there is something stuck in the war site. It's just a guess that something disturbed the war site. What kind of thing could make the war site have such a degree of turbulence? All kinds of strong people showed their magical powers and used their own means to deduce many answers. In the end, more people agreed that the source shard was a kind of power fragment that was directly born from the void and had the power comparable to a high-level life force. But it's useless to say that. Anyway, it won't be long before. Well, I think it's about time now. Let's set off now. No one will inform us of the opening time of the war site. Gu Zhongming wiped his hands and cast an inquiring look at Yun Nuoxing. Oh, okay. Anyway, it's nothing. Yun Nuoxing nodded, finished the tea, and slowly stood up with a sigh. When Ning Fei saw Shuang, he could not help but be stunned. He reminded him, "By the way, the people of the divine court have issued an announcement and sent people to look for her. They will also go to the war site. You have to find a way to help her hide." "We can't hide her." Yun Nuoxing shook his head directly. Everyone was stunned. They turned to look at him and saw him smiling bitterly. "Although I want to take her to the war site where there is a huge power of law. She is a thing that is more special than the point of entanglement of law. The entanglement of law on her body is comparable to the weight of a region of the void. She is a little chaotic. At this time, we can't use more power of law to stimulate her. The energy barrier is not a problem, but to use the power of law and the power of order to cover her body is not a good idea." Yun Nuoxing sighed and took off his gorgeous long cloak that represented his identity. The surging energy changed the cloak into a hooded cloak and put it on her. He put the hood on her. "We can only use some physical shielding." "Ah, but it's not impossible to keep the energy barrier on when we go in, but it will be a little troublesome." "Troublesome?" Feng Qinghuang tilted her head. "Won't it save us a lot of trouble if we stay invisible all the time?" Yun Nuoxing looked at her and sighed. "Yes, but usually with my physique, if I stay invisible and run around, I'm afraid that in the end I will. Ahem, I don't want to talk about it." The little angel and Jing Yuanji both let out a long "oh" to show that they understood. The more they wanted to avoid trouble, the bigger it would be. Over the years, they had been to many places with the idea that they did not want to encounter any trouble. As a result, they bumped into bigger trouble every time. This was the experience they had. After all, this was the most important thing that the void had decided. Yun Nuoxing shuddered and looked at the group of girls. Siyu and Feng Qinghuang were holding Shuang's arm and whispering something. Mei Mao kept glancing at him. Jing Yuanji was still sitting beside him with a smile. Dao Tian and Qing Yu tilted their heads and looked at each other. They were still playing chess leisurely. Min was expressionless, which made Yun Nuoxing very confused. He felt that something bad had just poked his back. Not long after, Yun Nuoxing led a group of people to the square in the city. At this time, the city, which had been boiling for a day or more, exploded with more blazing vitality. A large group of people rushed out from the tall pavilions, restaurants, and buildings similar to temples. Accompanied by an inexplicable scorching aura, they all pointed to the same place. For a moment, the streets were filled with people. Carrying Frost, whose entire body was shrouded in a gorgeous black robe, Yun Nuoxing stood high in the sky and looked down at the black mass of heads below. The boiling voices made him feel like his eardrums were about to explode. He trembled as he pointed down. "You call this it's about to start?" The destination is definitely not this place. This is just a teleportation point. The real place. Oh, isn't this the door? You'll know once you get there. The people here are only a part of the many worlds, Ning Fei said with a grin. See, you looked at Yun Nuoxing. Seeing that he had freed his hands and wrapped Shuang's hair with his hair, she suddenly asked, "Little star, doesn't your neck hurt?" "Oh, it's okay. It's just that my hair feels a little heavier." In the center of the square, a valiant figure dressed in golden light armor suddenly appeared. She held a 2-meter-long halberd in her hand. She was actually the guardian of the pass that he had seen at the pass. Her figure was fleeting, and it was obvious that she was not here with her true body. Yun Nuashing glanced at her. She was still hiding in the void. The gatekeeper's eyes swept across the crowded square. The halberd in her hand drew an arc in the space in front of her. A huge portal suddenly bloomed in the sky. The vestibule of the ruins has been opened 2 hours ago. The space has not stabilized until now. Those who want to go to the ruins, please feel free to do so. She did not say much. After saying this sentence, she disappeared. Yun Nuashing watched her disappear into the space. The people around them were frequent visitors who had been here 4 or 5 times or more. They seemed to be used to this kind of thing and did not say anything. After she disappeared, another group of people appeared in the space of the square. A group of armored figures stood in the front. They looked like commanders. Behind them, there were nearly 50 soldiers wearing the same simple armor and holding long spears and halberds. Yun Nuashing and the others could not help but cover their faces. They saw some familiar faces among the commanders. 2 of them were knocked down by the bricks yesterday. One of them was the commander who wanted to stop them but did not make it in time. They did not know the rest. However, Shuang seemed to know them. When the group of commanders came out, Yun Nuashing clearly saw her shrinking her body. Her hand, which was originally on his shoulder, was now pulling the back of his shirt. His shoulder was almost exposed. Go. Let's go. The 2 peak reciprocity experts in fire-red armor waved their hands and charged into the teleportation gate that could not be seen on the other side. Behind them were the remaining commanders and the group of soldiers. Only after all of them had charged into the teleportation gate did the millions of lives on the square follow closely behind them. Let's go as well. Stay close. Even if there are obstructions, we won't be teleported away. Yun Nuashing waved his hand and released a strong power of order from his body to lock the group of people together. Then, the group of people also soared into the sky and rushed toward the teleportation gate. In a few seconds, they followed the large group and rushed to the teleportation gate, getting closer to it bit by bit. When he was passing through the portal, he suddenly heard a strange sound. It was as if a voice had become blurred under the scouring of the sea of time, crossing billions of years to reach his ears. There were some changes in the senses of his spirit at this moment. There was some kind of chaotic factor that disturbed his senses. In an instant, it seemed as if 1,000 years had passed, but it also seemed as if only a few seconds had passed. The powerful power of order seemed to have collided with some kind of power, causing some tremors. Some dark red light appeared on Yun Nuashing's body, forcibly breaking away from this strange state, pulling everyone's senses back to their own bodies from a distant place. Yun Nuashing suddenly turned her head and widened her eyes. This voice was, but it was very blurry. She could not hear anything clearly this time. This time, Lord Feng? Jing Yuanji's voice suddenly sounded in their souls, causing Yun Nuashing to raise his head. His breathing twitched. He looked around. This was a vast and cold starry sky. Thousands of stars shone their light over the entire star field. In front of them was a broken planetary belt. Countless huge rocks floated in this lonely star field without any stars. Who knew how many stars were piled up here, ignoring all factors and floating in this place motionlessly? At this moment, there was a large group of people standing in the place that looked like a pile of star ruins. They were the people who were in the square just now. They stood on a slightly spacious piece of debris. There was a trace of what seemed to be the wreckage of a building on this piece of debris, indicating that this star might have once nurtured life. It was just that no one knew what kind of grand or twists and turns it went through in the middle. In the end, it drifted here and became part of the countless wreckage. Lord Feng. Jing Yuanji saw his blank look and knew that he would always be distracted, so she reminded him softly, "You have been distracted for 10 minutes." 10 minutes? Yun Nuashing was stunned again. The moment his senses swept past, The moment his senses brushed past the voice, he thought it was only a breath's time. "Did you feel anything just now?" Jing Yuanji thought for a moment and said softly, "After entering the portal, our senses seemed to have been thrown far away. Lord Feng, you pulled our consciousness back. The next second we appeared here." "Oh," Yun Nuashing responded slowly. He looked at this place and pondered silently. He shook his head and did not think about the strange thing just now. After confirming that there was nothing wrong with their group, he raised his head and asked, "This is the front yard of the ruins?" "Yes, the teleportation point of the first star of the God's Court is here. It is one of the entrances." Gu Zhongming nodded. He raised his handsome face and received the light of the stars billions of light years away. He raised his finger and pointed forward. "That is the war ruins a corner." Yun Nuashing and the others turned their heads and looked in the direction he was pointing at. It was a gray ball of light that gathered the power of rules and endless energy. There were many blurry lines on the surface, as if they were looking at a storm or a whirlpool from the side. It also looked like a storm. There were countless colors of light flashing inside, as if there were energy explosions happening frequently. He could not help but feel his heart skip a beat just by looking at it. Why did it look so much like a god's destruction storm?